my god. I don't know why I start stream before I'm ready. I'm sat here. I have 3 drinks. I've got water, I've got coffee, and I'm about to fill up my tumbler with Pepsi Max. Asani, hello. How you doing? Oh, my life. I am so hyped. I am so hyped. Literally cannot wait to do this again. I thought I'm pretty good. I'm in a little bit of pain because stupid born as a woman body. Oh wait. You might be able to hear this ASMR. I promise I'm not pissing, I'm putting Pepsi into a cup. This is where you can't hear this. And I'm just sound like a lunatic. Anyway, I genuinely thought this obsession over Gravity Falls was going to be a one and done thing. Like, I'm so sorry. I thought that, like, what was going to happen was what happened similarly with Has Been, where I was obsessed with it for about 2 weeks, and then I didn't have anything to do with it for a while. But this has been going on for at least a month now, and I'm obsessed. Stan Pines, get out of my head. Did I tell you we're going to Comic-Con next year? So me, James, my little brother and sister are all going to Comic-Con, and we've agreed as a family, we agreed just this weekend, that my brother and sister are going as Dipper and Mabel, and me and James are going as the Stans. So he's going to be Stan, and I'm going to go as Ford. So we're going to be a little family cosplay, and it's going to be so fun. Right. So I think I might just get straight into this because I can. So let's hope all audio and stuff will be working. Game can be seen. So last time we got this beautiful photo, and I didn't realise there's more. Look at him blushing. So yeah. Oh, he's sad. And then he's all cleaned up. And then we got this wonderful fishing one, which I didn't even see. I didn't even see this last time. And then we have your favourite one, Asani. This one. Which I have to say, I don't like. He's hot, yeah, sure. But I don't know why they made him look like a Chad. Giga Chad! Giga Chad Stan! I do like that he's chubby though. And his chest. Chest. So yeah. We have Giga Chad Stan. So, I know how to get one of these photos, and it's right at the very end when he gives you the gift. There's like a photo you can click on. And that will give you one photo. The second photo will take a little bit of work, so I think what I'm going to do is go through Ford's route. I know, because I won't be able to. I'll have to do that by myself, but basically, let me find it online so you can see it. Stan's photos. All I know apart from Ford's route though is that there is a there's a swimming section. You get to go swimming, which I think is pretty epic. Oh! No. No, I need all of them, not just a handful. Anyway, I'll have to post it in the server. But basically, it's the bit, like, you go into a diner and you can sit on your own and daydream, and when you daydream of Stan, and it's him all sweaty after doing boxing. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. I found we're going to go from here. So this is the section. We've just done the disco, and we've just drove off, and we're out. We're like in the car, and we're just going to go from here. So, back it up a bit. So right now, we're like cuddled up to him. I might turn down my microphone. I don't know if I'm too loud. We'll go there. We're cuddled up to him, and we've just thanked him from, like, basically for all the hospitality and stuff. So we have the option to kiss him or tell him how you feel. And in the first stream, I just kissed him, but we're doing this one now. So tell him how you feel. Mabel's words come back to you, and despite your doubts begging you to not say anything stupid, your heart is yelling at you to tell him already, damn it. Is the music okay, or is it too quiet, actually? Because I haven't got my headphones on today, because I just don't. Preferences. That might be a bit better. I don't know. Have to see. You know what? Yeah, if everything goes south, you're already about to pack your bags and leave. You never... Music is quiet. No, it's good, okay. If it is still a bit quiet over my talking, let me know. Yeah. If everything goes south, you're already about to pack your bags and leave. You'd never even have to think the name Gravity Falls ever again. Alright. Yep. Here it goes. Stan, I really like you. You focus on the gold chain just by your fingertips and toy with it, avoiding eye contact to keep your nerves while you've got them. You can hear him swallow thickly despite your heart thrumming in your ears. I've really enjoyed getting to know you these past couple weeks, even when you got me shot at. I can't tell you how much of a relief it's been not to only escape death by complete boredom, but to also find myself having some of the most fun I've ever had, period. You need an extra gulp of air for this next part. Thank you for tonight. I'm glad you brought me here. And I'm going to miss you. No, not sad, Giga Chad Stan. I glance up, and there Stan is, looking at you with a mix of emotions you can't quite place. You think you feel his pulse skip a beat under your palm, and you're sure your own does the same as he looks away. His pronounced jawline is further exaggerated in the shadows, and you see it clench before he faces you again. You don't know who leans in first, or more, or anything, but suddenly Stan's hand is cupping your face, and his lips are on yours. It's sweet, but somewhat clumsy, and his glasses remind you of their existence by hitting you in the cheek as he leans in close. You can't help but hum against his lips. And, oh god, you forgot to breathe. You part, both of you breathing just a bit heavier than before. Stan's big dumb grin is accompanied by pink dusted cheeks. Was that... Are you... okay? Okay, this is where I got to. No. Right, I'm gonna save, because I want to go back and do these. Oh boy. I'm going to go for... I think we could do better. This is the option I clicked on before I was like, I need to stream this immediately. So, I think we could do better. Stan laughs, cupping your face and bringing his lips to yours once again. He's more confident now, more sure with his hands. This kiss lasts longer and shows no sign of stopping anytime soon, but from this angle it's still a bit awkward, side by side like this. Stan makes a noise of surprise against your mouth as you grab him by the collar and drag him down with you to the seat. Then he laughs, and you can feel his smile on yours. The kiss deepens before Stan breaks it, to instead kiss along your neck, your collarbone, his stubble feeling absolutely wonderful on your skin. Okay, this is where I stopped, so I don't know any more after this. Ah! I'm freaking out, guys! Your fingertips have ruffled his hair beyond repair at this point, and you have to admit you prefer it this way. You get caught up in this moment, in his embrace, his kisses, each more intoxicating than the last, and his hand caressing your sides and waist in a way that makes Stan's name leave your lips. Honk! No! The car horn ruined it! You both jolt, your heart flipping, and Stan's head shooting up at the noise so fast that it hits the roof of the car with an embarrassing clunk. He swears furiously and rubs his head as he looks for the source of the disruption. What the? Sorry, Mr. Pines! You bolt up at the voice, distant and slightly echoing. Stan practically growls, pinching the bridge of his nose and hiding his face in shame. Sweet Moses. It was an accident, we swear! Oh God. Stan flips on his headlights to illuminate another car with 2 people inside it, directly across from you at lookout point. It must have pulled up while you two were not looking. Stan kicks open his door so hard and fast you're amazed it's still on its hinges as he steps out. I'm gonna kill you, Robbie! Robbie? Are you serious? Sure enough, the figure in the driver's seat, scared out of his absolute wits, fits the description of an angsty-looking emo teen. There's a girl in the seat next to him with purple hair who seems to be trying to hide behind her phone as she slaps the boy's shoulder. Aw, Tambry. We were just leaving. We didn't see your car when... I don't remember your last name right now, Robbie, but you're gonna hope I never find out. You're dead. You hear me, kid? Dead. I think someone's got a bit sexually frustrated right now. The other car screeches the rest of the way out of sight at that. A couple more accidental honks and a final, I'm so sorry, being thrown your way as it goes. That was absolutely mortifying. And although that's definitely the most embarrassed you've ever been, you kind of feel bad for the guy. Imagine being on the other end of this situation. Stan flops back into his seat, swearing under his breath for a moment before sighing. He rubs his face with his hands before looking to you. Well, that happened. He seems nice. Stan grumbles, shutting his car door and starting up the engine. Can't even drive to a cliff and get any privacy in this town. Guess we should start heading back. He offers you an apologetic smile. We should, but can we take the scenic route? Yeah. Absolutely. That was so worth it. I feel like I've seen this before. Yeah, I've seen this. Skip. Oh, this is the end. I think this is the end now. Yeah. Okay, let me just get through this. Great. Skip. Save it for later. Skip. It's more. Skip. Give me a proper kiss goodbye. And then there's Mabel screaming. It's enough to bring you. Oh! Shit. This was new. Okay. Like a proper kiss goodbye. Stan's grin is contagious. You barely lean in before he meets you with a purposeful kiss, one that holds promise. It's enough to bring you back to memories of that night in his car, on the cliff. Oh yeah, you'll definitely be staying in touch. Just as you're about to deepen the kiss, a high-pitched squeal rips your attention from each other to the sound's origin, to find that it's none other than Mabel, pressed up against the shack's window. I knew you could do it, Grunkle Stan! I knew it! Love at last! A small hand comes into view and grabs her away from the window, before a 6-fingered one waves and draws the curtain shut. Stan looks a bit peeved at being interrupted, but relaxes as you laugh. You got some really good kids there, Stan. Trust me, I know. Mabel talked me through some of the rough spots, believe it or not. Oh, I do. Maybe next time me and Ford Doc, we can pick up where we left off? Another, more chaste peck on your lips serves as your answer. I'll hold you to it, sailor. Don't forget me now, alright? I swear, I'll spam you with text messages if you do. Dipper showed me how. Laughing, you say your final goodbye with one last look at him. I couldn't forget you if I tried. See you later, Stan. Stan watches you as you get in the car. Wait, I'm going to save because I've also found extensions to the endings. So we'll have to see how that goes. Right, I can... I can skip this now. I didn't realise you could click on the photo, so I'm going to click on it. Ooh! Stan. Stan, the man you are. Yes. I love this. This was definitely worth it. The end. Okay. So now we have almost all of the photos. The next one I can get. I can do it another time. Look at him! Oh my god, that was so worth it. I'm so glad that I did that on stream. Oh, right. There's some other stuff here. I just want to go back to. I'd said kiss him again last time, I think. Why wouldn't I be? You laugh. Me? Oh, I'm more than okay. What about you? He chuckles. Pretty good. I'm so glad that I went back and did that then. Oh, I can see why people are like, oh my god, the car scene now. Because last time I was like, well, that wasn't that bad. So, right. Main menu. It's now... No, main menu. Oh, now it's time for Ford's route. I wish they added more of Ford into the series, but then... Like, because he was literally in just the second half of the final season, which is kind of sad. But that's just me wanting more Gravity Falls, honestly. Right, start. I'm going to skip through this intro. Because we've done this. Okay, Joe. Pronouns, they, them. Stanford Pines. Reassure him. Okay. You must have pulled this victim of circumstance into the house. I suppose it is entirely my fault. I'm incredibly sorry. Oh, Asani, do you have a favourite Gravity Falls episode? Because I showed James mine yesterday, and even though he's watched Gravity Falls before, he'd never seen this episode, and I don't know how he missed it. But personally, my favourite one is the Dungeons and More Dungeons episode, which is the episode straight after we first meet Ford. Dungeons and with Probabilitor. The wizard. Yeah, I do like the first season. To be fair, I don't think there's a single episode that I don't particularly like. I think they're all just very unique. Like, for instance, the episode where Stan leaves Waddles outside and they have to go and save him from a pterodactyl. And then you got Stan punching the pterodactyl in the face. I think it built on the family, like the Pines family we already knew, and also like added more to it, which was nice. Because I was worried that, because a lot of like second seasons for series I find shit. And I genuinely had no idea that Ford was going to be the one who like wrote the journals. But now rewatching it, there's little bits and pieces throughout the series which show you that someone else lived in the Mystery Shack before Stan. because there's what bits have I seen? The episode where Dipper and Mabel go back in time when we first meet Blend and Blandin, and they run past the mystery shack in the snow. Someone opens the door and we just assume that's Stan, but it's Ford, because Stan wouldn't have been there at the time. And there's also the episode with the rug which makes Dipper and Mabel change bodies. There's the pair of glasses in there, which again, we assume are Stan's, but they're not, they're Ford's. Which I think there's lots of little bits in this which Alex Hirsch has just really thought about. And it's just really nice. Anyway, on to Ford! Reassure him. Unsure of why you're reassuring this mystery man who just wrecked your car, you give an awkward shrug. It's alright? No. I must have done something wrong. A wire mix-up, perhaps. Or the what? Potentiometer. Potentiometer. I'm going with that. Clearly I'm not very sciencey. It is. And there's a lot of stuff which I'm like, how the heck did that get on Disney? But anyway. Talking about your other mistake, Sixer. Oh, right. Hey look, it's fine, alright? Sure, there's a dent in the hood from the shack's signage, and a crack in the windshield that looks like an ominous triangle. Bill. But I'm sure she'll still run. You try to start up the car. It sputters, but ultimately, nothing happens. You feel like crying. Oh. Well, let's call a tow truck for this unfortunate soul hero and forget. I'll take care of it. You're right. It is cheaper to tow it yourself. Sixer, get that magnet gun out again. No, Stanley. I'm going to fix this. What? Ha! You fix this mess? I've figured out a few alien vehicles in my time. Nah, you kidding me? It takes some sort of miracle worker to bring this baby back to life. And this miracle worker is on vacation. Stanley, a moment. Ford and Stanley turn away and you're left to your thoughts. Who could anticipate a car accident like this in the middle of a road trip? You can take care of the car, but how are you going to get home? They run buses out here, right? So you take a bus out of here and then... Ford clears his throat, shifting a little awkwardly in place. Seems like they finished their talk. So, there are a few options. My brother Stanley here could drive you out of town to find a place to stay for the night, or you could stay the night here. We have some maps and information you can look at in the gift shop, and in the morning we can help you with your car. What do you say? Just as you're about to answer, another high-pitched voice comes from inside the house. Uncle Stan! Picture this! A whole week of... Oh my gosh. Skip this because I've done all of this already. Well, this turn of events is fortuitous. Free repairs, free lodging, there's no better deal to be found. And if things don't work out, the town probably has some sort of auto repair shop you could head to instead. Heck yeah. Positivity. I'm skipping through all of this. Okay. Now is where the fun happens. What should you do? Get to know Ford. Let's do this. Ford, wait. Need a hand with that recipe? I can handle it myself. Are you sure you couldn't use a hand? Ford looks away. And you follow his averted line of sight to Mabel, who's just mouthed something that you couldn't catch. When she catches you looking her way, Mabel gives you a 100-watt smile, the picture of innocence. Ford rubs the back of his neck. Yes, I suppose I can accept some help. And with that, assured that Ford is on the task, blah, 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 blah. What's up with my voice, my speaking? English! Ah! And with that, assured that Ford is on the task, you spot Mabel rolling away with waddles into the living room. Before we get started, I suppose I should give you an introduction. Keijo, tell me, do you believe in the supernatural? But do we? Me as a person, Yes, I do. But do we? Oh, my coffee got stuck to the coaster. Yes. We'll say yes. Oh, I don't think I ever asked you, do you have a favourite Pines twin? As in the Stans? I just assumed Stan because of my obsession. But I asked my other friend and they were like, Ford's hotter. And I was like, yeah, but Stan though. Oh, this coffee is really good actually. Even though it comes from like powder mix. Yes we do. Well, you're about to come face to face with the unexplainable yourself. Oh my god, yes, Stan! Don't get me wrong, I can see people going like, oh yeah, Ford's hot, I get it, okay. But I think we basically see him every single episode. I think we just got to know him better, and I think that's just important to me. Though I'm very happy that I'll be wearing this and not a suit, I have to say. Although, Comic-Con this year was in the height of summer, so... Oh dear. Right, you're about to come face to face with the unexplainable yourself. You see, Gravity Falls isn't some quiet, unassuming backwater town. Much more lurks below its surface. Ford pockets the crumpled journal papers and gestures for you to join him as he walks. You do, and follow him through the living room and into the gift shop. For example, you must have heard Mabel mention a pterodactyl. Most would say none exist in the living world today, but I say, not if you know where to look. Ford reaches under the cashier counter and retrieves a packet of vintage-looking gum, inspecting it for a moment before slipping it into his pocket. He looks around in thought. Hold on to my explanation for a moment. I need to retrieve some more supplies. Ford ushers you out of the gift shop entrance so that you find yourself on the outside of the shack, then shuts the door behind you. Okay. Turn and try to peer through the window. Respect the man's privacy. He's clearly got business in that gift shop. Why is that so funny to me? I'm gonna save. What's he doing in that gift shop, man? I think I'm gonna go try to peer through the window, but then my actual answer will be this. I'm gonna peer through the window, and then we'll see where that gets us. And then I'll come back and do this. Or we can come back and do this at the end. We'll do this. Respect the man's privacy. He's clearly got business in that gift shop. You correctly, and politely, just stand out here until Ford returns. You maybe scan the sky for a pterodactyl while you wait. The pterodactyl bros. Not too long later, the door opens behind you, and Ford joins you outside, looking no different than before. He must have stored whatever supplies he went to retrieve in his coat, but the trench coat falls too naturally on his figure for him to be hiding much. Where were we? Ah, yes. Ford pulls a pen and pad of paper from his coat, walking as he writes. Just as you're about to head out, he stops and smacks his hand to his face. Oh, shoot, 1 second. Ford hurries back to the house, realising he forgot one important component to this adventure, a butterfly net? Before you get a chance to ask, he strides out ahead of you, obviously in no mind to tell you what it's for quite yet. The pair of you walk past the shack and down a well-worn path into the trees surrounding the house, sunlight peeking between the pines. He double-checks whatever he scribbled onto the paper and tucks it back into one of his coat's unseemingly infinite pockets. He stops and turns to face you with a definitive nod. That's like Dipper's jacket when he puts the journal in his jacket. It just hides there. Like, it doesn't seem to hinder him at all. He's just like, yes. My recipe for the repellent called for a sprig of lavender, 2 thin slices of ginseng, a drop of bat blood, and a chunk of amber, and 3.5 millimeters of ink. He pauses, staring down at the path in thought. Obviously, I already have all of those components on hand, except for one last ingredient, a single moth's wing. Exactly! Like, it's literally like, how does that boy fit that journal in his jacket? It's literally like the size of his torso. It's insanity. Like, I could potentially understand the journal being able to fit in Ford's jacket. Like, he's taller. Found out the other day that the Pines twins are fucking 6 foot tall. Like, hello? Hot and tall? How dare you? But anyway, I can see how it fit in Ford's jacket, but Dipper, that's not happening. I don't understand. He's got like Mary Poppins bag jacket for some reason. Anyway, more coffee. Single moth's wing. Okay. From Mothman itself. What the hell? We have to go find Mothman! You can't help it. You gasp. Mothman! Ford glances at you, and you think you see a hint of a smile before he turns back to the path and continues along, wind ruffling through his hair. You see, Mothman is the very creature on that page that Waddles seems to fear. Using a piece of itself should ward it away, or at least lead it to believe that Waddles isn't for eating. I would have already completed the repellent years ago if I had managed to collect that wing. Was it too difficult? Oh, I just never got around to it. Besides, Mothman used to come bat at this lamp I had lit out in the backyard. It seemed like an innocent hobby that I'd never had the heart to chase off. But if this brings Mabel and her pig a peace of mind, then the time has come to finish this. Sunlight filters in through the trees, causing dappled shadows across Ford's coat as he leads in front of you. Break the silence? Ooh. Another whatchamacallit, another choice ahead of us. How do you know so much about this stuff? I study anomalies, anything unusual, strange, and just plain weird. I began my research in this town because it was, and remains, a hotbed of paranormal activity. I made this exact trip years ago, though at the time I had no idea where I was going. It was just dumb luck that I managed to tail Mothman back to its cave from my backyard. Navigating the forest by moonlight is poetic, but not advisable. I made plenty of other discoveries as well, from fairies, to gnomes, to amalgams of creatures who were never meant to cross to... Ah! Wait! Ford reaches into his pocket and pulls out the slightly crumpled pages Mabel had pushed into his hand earlier, smoothing them out and shuffling through them. Take a look at these. They're more definitive proof than just my word. I really want a hardback Journal 3. That would be amazing. You accept the pages from him and find that they're scanned pages from some sort of journal, just as you'd heard Mabel say. Fluid cursive tells of Mothman, beard cubs, scamp fires, and more. Ford gestures to them and explains. Did you see that he brought out a new official book called The Book of Bill recently? I keep seeing people trying to spoil it on TikTok, and I'm like, get out of my face. I don't want to see it. I want to buy it one day. Your brother has it? Oh, I'm so jealous, not gonna lie. Oh, they're not that expensive, but it's not something that I can justify spending right now. But hopefully I'll get this job on Friday, so it'll be fantastic. I detailed my discoveries in a series of research journals, the remaining pages at least. I wonder where Stanley was keeping these. Saving again. You drew these? Were any of these creatures ever dangerous? You must have gotten up to some pretty crazy stuff back then. You drew these? Yes, of course. Who else? I've seen better. How dare you? His drawings are fucking magical, I'm not gonna lie. These ink washes look so masterfully executed. My work now is far better, but I appreciate the compliment. Despite his understated words, Ford looks surprisingly pleased. Oh, I get to do it again, okay. Were any of these creatures ever dangerous? Oh, extremely. Some were worse. Dangerously annoying. Bill. What? I didn't say anything. Though Ford seems to find his own comment amusing, he doesn't fail to notice your unease. You have weapons in case things escalate, so there's no need to worry. You brought weapons? Not many. I have a stun gun, my fists, and my sharp wit. I feel safer already. Must have gotten up to some pretty crazy stuff back then. That's one way to put it. Only took 6 years for me to get in over my head. He takes a silent moment to look away from your gaze, seemingly in bittersweet remembrance. I like that we're asking him questions. These are nice. You didn't bring your magnet gun? I thought it would be prudent to leave its magnetic fields alone for a while until I have the time to optimize it. You see, I was trying to widen the area of magnetic influence, but it's been a while since I last worked with the gun. I needed to refamiliarize myself with its inner workings. My guess is I switched a wrong wire or two and instead narrowed the beam. I'd like to see how it works sometime. Really? You know, if you're interested in devices like that, my old research colleague Fiddleford would have more to show you. He's the engineering genius around here. Okay, ask him about these creatures. Oh my god, there's so many options! Okay, which one do we want to learn about? I'll rewrite this save. It says here that Mothman turns into a bunch of moths. You mentioned gnomes. Will we catch sight of that pterodactyl? So about this leprechaun. There are floating eyeballs? Eyeballs! There are floating eyeballs here. Gravity Falls is home to giant vampire bats. What do the vampire bats? You mentioned a gremloblin? Okay. Giant fruit bats, actually. They were among the first to teach me to not judge a creature by its reputation. I only realised they were harmless once I'd been bitten by one. No, that still sounds pretty bad. It actually healed quite fast. I attribute that to the health kick I was on soon after. Oh, I can ask more? Yeah. Okay, so we've done the vampire bats. I'm gonna ask about the leprechaun. Ford groans. You wait for further answer, but that's it. Nice. What other one should we do? We're gonna end up doing all of them, but... what is the leprechaun? I don't remember this. Leprechaun. Gravity Falls. It's a leprechaun unicorn. I love that. This little guy. Let me show you. Look at this little guy. Oh, it's a very irritating one. He says, "Top of the morning to you," and then proceeded to chew on my sideburns and giggle. Oh my god, is there a clearer photo? Is this clearer? I want to be able to read it. Open image in the... Oh, here we go. A disappointment to unicorn enthusiasts and leprechaun hunters alike. These giggling freaks of nature are found near rainbows and boxes of sugary cereal with colourful marshmallow shapes. I was searching a nearby field for four-leaf clovers to use in a luck experiment when I encountered this specimen. He said, "Top of the morning to you," and then proceeded to chew on my sideburns. I picked him up by the horn and threw him as far as I could, but he trotted right back. Their horns are musical and play a constant loop of Danny Boy. It's very irritating. Gold coins fell out of his beard. I pocketed a few, but later discovered they were plastic. Everything about this creature is frustrating. I shudder to think how such a horrific being came into this world, although for the record I will state that actual unicorns are just as annoying. Oh my god, I love this. This little guy, right, back to the game. Oh, I completely understand why he groaned. Right, gnomes. Other places have rats, mice, or insects as house pests. We have gnomes. Picture your typical garden gnome, but more disturbing. I mean, yeah, pretty much. The only gnome that I'd want in my house is Schmebulok. Schmebulok. Will we catch sight of that pterodactyl? I doubt we'll spot it today, but perhaps we can go bird watching later if you're interested. There are floating eyeballs here? Sounds disconcerting, doesn't it? I once released them in my house by accident and found eyeballs in the most unsuspecting places for months. My guests chose not to comment on my choice of house decor. You know, it's nice to actually get to learn properly about these creatures, because in the book, like in the series rather, you only see like bits and pieces, like when Dipper turns the book around, which is nice. So let's do the Gremloblin. No! Oh no. Let me just check my bitrate. Create a dashboard. Manage stream. Ooh, my life, my bitrate is disgusting. What is going on? Yeah, it says my bitrate is unstable right now, so I'm just checking my my Wi-Fi speeds, seeing if it's okay. Yes. I agree. Right, no, my Wi-Fi seems fine. How odd. Maybe I'll be slower with with speaking and stuff to make sure that everyone can follow along. So, what did I say? The Gremloblin? Gremloblin. A rare specimen that I've since steered clear of when accompanied by others. Though if you want to see one in person, I'm sure it wouldn't hurt to walk into that situation again for the sake of education. Okay. If it gets too bad, I'll have a check through some settings. But if it's okay for now, then we will continue. It says here that Mothman turns into a bunch of moths. Yes, that's how we'll get the moth wing. And why not use mothballs as repellent? Well, I've never tried. Could the most conventional method be the unconventional one? Or would Mothman be able to overcome its mothly nature and persist? Okay, I think we asked about all the creatures, right? The leprechaun. Yeah, okay, so now walk in silence. Suddenly, Ford puts out an arm in caution, slowing his pace. You narrowly manage to not collide into him and take a quick glance around to see nothing. Look! There! You see what looks like a bundled up plaid shirt moving along the forest floor. Wait, is that a beaver's tail? It looks like a platypus. Ah, what are you doing all the way out here? Don't you mean platypus? Ford shakes his head with a grin. I meant what I said. It's a plaid platypus. No, a platypus. Ford moves into a crouch, but stays at a respectable distance, following the small creature. You watch him, and after a moment, mimic his actions. Ford's giving the creature a bright smile, the first of its kind that you've seen since leaving Mabel at the shack. You're a cute one, aren't you? And in one of my favourite patterns too. Ford motions for you to move forward a little more, to the distance he's maintaining. If I were to rate the oddities that live in the forest on a scale of least to most annoying, these little guys would get immunity. They have done nothing wrong, and I appreciate them for it. As the two of you watch in quiet appreciation, the platypus ambles into the underbrush and vanishes from view. What a cute little guy. The two of you continue deeper into the forest. The foliage seems denser now, and you look through the treetops for a glimpse of the sun, which has by now dropped low into the sky. It had already been getting late when you left, but you hadn't thought Mothman would be this far out. Almost as though he'd read your mind, Ford answers for you. Mothman is rather reclusive, and as such, lives deeper within the forest than bolder creatures like the gnomes. Are you alright? Huh? That is, are you tired at all? I should have asked sooner. It's just been a long time since I've travelled with anyone new. Stanley, tends to speak his mind without my asking. I'm tired, that was a... save. I'm tired, that was a long walk. I'm worried about getting stuck out here at night. I'm fine, really. I am worried about getting stuck out here at night. I know these woods like the back of my hand. We'll make it back. At least, I used to. It's been a while. Well, that's really reassuring, Ford. Thanks. You feel the opposite of reassured. Literally what I just said! Okay. Ooh. Sorry, I'm just trying to get Twitch up on my phone to keep an eye on my stream. Okay. Seems fine for now. I'll have to see. In any case, we still have some time until sunset. Let's wait here in the meantime. Let us see. You mentioned travelling with Stan. Is this what you do for fun? Why wait until sunset? I will save again just in case. I'm gonna end up using all of these save slots. Oopsies. You mentioned travelling with Stan? I suppose it wouldn't do any harm to tell you. He says that, but the tone of his voice says he's been dying to tell someone for months. Aww. I've been sailing with Stanley around the world, chasing after hotspots of anomalous activity. He seemed to view it as a vacation, but I saw it as a chance to pick back up on some serious research. I've been rather eager to break the news of what we've found to the world, but I must first organise my findings. And, if I'm honest, I still need some time to get back in the swing of things. Must be strange to come back home after travelling so long, huh? More than you know. Ford laughs, shaking his head. Behind his glasses, his eyes are downcast, almost sad. You want to ask, but decide to stay silent. The moment the sun touches the horizon through the gaps in the treetops, Ford gestures for the two of you to continue. You hadn't noticed, but you'd been resting within short distance of a small clearing that holds a cylindrical stone marker. The stone marker bears intricate swirls carved into its surface. Ford reaches into his coat and produces the packet of gum from earlier, opening it and dumping the pieces out onto his palm. Gum? Thanks? Unsure of why you came all the way out here to unwrap gum at sunset, you accept a stick of gum. Ford puts the remaining gum in his coat breast pocket. He unwraps the now empty gum packet to reveal that it was hiding a small piece of parchment, folded up to act as lining. He smooths it out against the stone, holding it under the deep orange-red light of the sunset. You step closer to look over Ford's shoulder. The parchment holds a detailed drawing of the swirls carved into the stone, documenting every crack on the surface. As you watch, a golden cursive unfolds itself across the page, seemingly fueled by the sunset's warm light. Ford reads the words as they appear. Such a place the Mothman doth rest, but please do not disturb his nest. If kindness be something thou bereft. Ford lifts the parchment a little higher to prevent his shadow from obscuring the rest of the line. Follow thy nature and turn left. Follow thy nature and turn left. I think we should turn right. I don't know why that was so funny to me. Wait. Save. I think we should turn right. Left. I think so, Keijo. We press onward. Whoa. Look at this cave. Did the music change? Oh, it's like a weird, noise. I don't like that. I'm glad I haven't got my headphones on. Left leads you into a dimly lit cave, which Ford says he remembers well, except last time he was here. I think we should turn right. Yes. I might have to go. My plan is to finish this day and then go back and do the dialogue I didn't do before. So then we don't have to just do it all over again when we reset. Left leads you to a dimly lit cave, which Ford says he remembers well, except last time he was here. It was pitch black since he arrived in the middle of the night. From its depths, you hear the faint sound of dripping water, echoing off the cave's shadow-shrouded walls. You slow as your eyes attempt to adjust to the low light. Ford pauses in front of you, reaching into his coat for something. Hold on, I have a flashlight in here somewhere. This cave has never received much natural light, you see, and... He rummages further and you see a couple dice, the pad of paper from earlier, and a quill. He has some custom pocket work going on in there too, and you bet one of his coat's inner pockets has a pen protector in it. Here we are, at last. Allow me to... Darn, out of batteries. Wait, I think I have one. You pull out your phone and turn on its flashlight. The light is small, but it does the job. I thought I meant that I had batteries. Why the heck would I carry batteries with me? Huh, you saved our hides there, Keijo. I was about to pull out a matchbook. With your light guiding the way, you and Ford move further into the cave, which yawns wide around you. It isn't until the slither of natural light from the entrance disappears that Ford speaks again. It's been years since I've been here. Decades even at this point, but I'll always remember the eye bats as one of my first discoveries when I arrived at Gravity Falls. How did you find them in the first place? One got into my house, you see. I was making breakfast one morning and one managed to find my cereal box. When I poured the cereal into the bowl, it came fluttering out, agitated, like it belonged there. The nerve! He still sounds so indignant, even years later, that you laugh. I wanted to contain it for further study, but unfortunately it managed to get away. As I thought about it afterwards, its pupil had constricted against the light, unfamiliar of the bright light in the kitchen. So either it's nocturnal, or it lives in the deepest, darkest cave in Gravity Falls. I found them easily after that. Did you manage to catch one? Somewhat. I came running through this cave with a butterfly net at my wits. I brought a working flashlight that time. They all hid in dark corners. Once I turned the flashlight off, they flocked to me. I caught 18 of them that day. But it reminded me of the stealth uses of the rapid sound of clicking claws against stone startles you, a shiver running up your spine. The dark. You turn off your light. Ford taps your shoulder and gestures for you to keep moving forward. Eventually, the narrow passage widens into a large room. The darkness shrouds the source of the dripping water from view, but as your eyes adjust, you squint to see a strange, winged shadow. A shadow with eyes that glow red in near darkness like rubies. Your breath catches in your throat as the realization comes over you. Ford is apparently fairly close to you in the room. You find when he speaks a few inches from your shoulder. You catch the shadow of his arm swinging out in a wide arc, like he's introducing you to... Oh, I'm backwards. Keijo, I'd like for you to meet the Mothman. He whispers, but even in the dark you see him grinning excitedly at you. Ford looks between you and the Mothman, apparently hoping for a dramatic reaction. Your speechlessness seems to satisfy him. Don't worry, it hasn't noticed us yet. Here's the plan. You make contact with Mothman, and He pulls out a butterfly net and a large lidded jar. Now where that one came from within his coat of mysteries is lost to you. We'll capture one of the 100 moths that comprise it. Wait, I get to touch Mothman? The Mothman? You're heading in with a butterfly net? Seriously? Isn't this a little dangerous? Can you do it? I'll take the net. Save. I get to touch Mothman? The Mothman? Yes, and it turns into 100 black witch moths. It's like experiencing a swarm of locusts. Surprising when you're not expecting it. Remember, even just a light touch is enough. You steel yourself, awaiting Ford's signal. He waves his hand to coax you forward, and then it's up to you to decide how to, well, make contact. Oh my god, what's this music? Oh my god, there's such a bop! I am going to approach it with stealth, because that's what he said earlier. You tiptoe towards the Mothman, remembering Ford's comment on the dark and trying to channel your inner stealth skills. Of course, that's the moment your phone decides to start blasting Taking Over Midnight by @Sandra. You're confused before remembering that Mabel added her number to your contacts. I must have made that her custom ringtone. Oh my god, is this Mabel's ringtone? That sticker is literally me right now. Mothman turns at the noise and screeches, but before you can barrel into it, the creature explodes into 100 moths fluttering around you, getting stuck in your shirt and skittering around your face, surrounding you in a mothy hell. Your task accomplished, Ford rushes into the large swarm of moths, waving the butterfly net with a few unsuccessful swipes. He tries swatting the more aggressive ones away, but there are too many. Use the phone's light to attract them towards you and away from Ford. I'm going to say yes. You grab your phone and quickly switch the light on, running to Ford's side and holding it up high. You even attempt to call them over, despite knowing they don't respond to sound. Before long, they all crowd around the phone. The sight of light flickering and reflecting off of so many small wings would be somewhat captivating if you hadn't just been in the midst of them. Ford puts the butterfly net back away and, jar in hand, carefully scoops one of the moths up. Well, that could have gone better, but we've succeeded nonetheless. As Ford pockets the jar, you turn off the light. With no light and no threat to focus on, the cloud disperses. That was amazing! Ford laughs, brushing dust and dirt off his trench coat. You could say that. Our completed repellent is within sight. Let's head back. Ford turns to leave the cave. He looks calm and content. You, on the other hand, are buzzing with energy under an adrenaline rush. Should you go for a high five? Fuck yes! Oh my god, look at this photo! Oh my god, this is so cute. I've forgotten how to hide the HUD. I think it's H. Preferences. Preferences? About. No. Help. Yes. Yes, it's H. Oh my god, look at him! High 6! Yeah! This is so cute. You raise your hand in a universally understood offer of a high five. Ford pauses, then grins, high-fiving you. Or rather, 6. When you and Ford finally reach the cave entrance, you find the forest that you'd left in the dying light is now awash with a silvery glow. A gap between the leaves overhead provides a view of the night sky, along with a long string of stars. A few more steps and the Milky Way comes into view, looking as if a tear across the fabric of the sky. Ford notices you looking. See something? The pterodactyl doesn't usually come out this late, but being a prehistoric creature, its behaviour is rather unpredictable. I've never seen the Milky Way in person before. It looks amazing, isn't it? It's remarkable what you can see without light pollution from the city. Here on the outskirts of town, you can see a good portion of the Milky Way every night. He gazes up into the night sky. A whole year has passed, yet it still feels strange to see a sky I recognise. What? Oh, travelling. You know, I was in a different part of the world. You both stare up at the sky in a comfortable silence for a few more moments. The quiet of the forest settles in, along with the distant sound of flowing water, and you find yourself surprisingly glad that Ford had accidentally pulled you here, if this is one of the moments you get to experience. Out of the corner of your eye, you swear you see Ford looking at you instead of up, but when you tilt your head back down, his attention is elsewhere. Eventually, the two of you come into a wordless mutual agreement to continue on, and you're walking again. You have to show me the other creatures that live here sometime. You're glad you said so when you look over and find that Ford looks pleasantly surprised to hear it. His chest puffs out with pride. Of course. Maybe we'll even spot the hide behind, or tag along with Dipper when he next visits the multi-bear. The what? Ford taps his temple, grinning. You'll have to wait until I show you to find out. I'm holding you to that. We have some time left before we get back, if you're up for another walk. You must make a face because Ford looks back to you and laughs. We're not far, I promise. I just thought I might answer a few of your questions, if you have any. I do have questions. Let's do this. You must stay in great shape if you do this all day. You know, actually, this sort of thing isn't part of my exercise regime. Ford turns left at the stone marker, towards the sound of the river, and sure enough, after a while it comes into view. The moonlight illuminates the water as you walk along it. After following the river for quite a few minutes, the shoreline expands into a small round lake in the centre of a clearing. Overhanging it is a large flat rock, the kind that could be used as a less than effective diving board in times of emergency. The emergency being that one just has to jump into the lake. However, neither yourself nor Ford really look in the direction of the diving board. He leads you towards the edge of the lake, where a relatively flat boulder could substitute for a bench, and the two of you take a seat. Break the silence? Ask about the other creatures in Gravity Falls. You said to wait, but can I at least get a preview of what I'd be getting into? Not content to leave them to discover yourself, Well, has anyone told you about the Gobblewonker? You snort, taken aback by the name, but compose yourself when Ford simply raises an eyebrow. I don't think so, no. Not even in the tourist guide? Does the office even read my letters? Ford mutters to himself something about updating the tourist guide to warn against local dangers. He sighs with a frustration that's reserved for bureaucracy, but soon lightens up at the prospect of getting to introduce you to another strange creature. Well, the Gobblewonker is a large sea creature that lives in this very lake. One could say it's our version of the Loch Ness Monster. My old research assistant apparently saw it at some point. He said it was very large, grey and scaly, with a long neck like a giraffe. You wouldn't have had any odd sightings yet, have you? It's only been 24 hours, but my own first encounter with the strange occurred shortly after my arrival as well. Wait, what happened last night? Last night? It's a little silly, but I felt a little unsettled last night before I went to bed. Almost like I was being watched out in the hallway. Ah, that must be our unwanted guest, the decapitated head of wax figure Larry King. Just try to ignore it. We haven't been able to fish him out yet. Ask about the stars. You ask Ford if he has a favourite constellation, and his answer comes faster than you expected. Orion and Ursa Major, without a doubt. What about you? I don't know. I don't know what any of these constellations look like, honestly. Coincidentally, the same one as you. Wow, you must have good taste. Indeed. Wink, wink. Ask about his family. So, what is Dipper like? Dipper is very intelligent. In many ways, he reminds me of, well, myself. Last summer, he found the research journals I mentioned, and instead of overlooking them, made some impressive contributions on his own. Oh, okay. Ursa Major. It is. The Great Bear. You know what? I probably would have said Ursa Major. He has since started his own journal, and I look forward to see where life will take him. He's made me prouder than I can say. What is Mabel like? In short, a force to be reckoned with. She radiates charm and positivity, and has depths of determination I can only guess at. You'll find out for yourself, most likely. It's hard not to wake up one day and find yourself her best friend. Her friend, rather. Perhaps you already are. He wiggles his fingers spookily in the air, and you laugh. I don't doubt it. Who's Seuss? Ah, the handyman, Seuss. Well, he's not the handyman. If this is set a year after the events of Gravity Falls, Seuss would be he would be Mr. Mystery himself. Wrong. Ah, the handyman, Seuss. He's, well, I'm still not sure what he does exactly, but Stan gave him the right to conduct his business with the shack. So he spends his day giving out tours, selling merchandise, fooling the townsfolk, giving no refunds, and the like. I guess that was an explanation. I may not have been around the original Mystery Shack very often while Stan was still running it, but I believe Seuss is doing the brand name good. What is Stan like? Stubborn, foolhardy, a liar and a cheapskate, but a true hero at heart. There's no one else I'd rather call my brother. Aww. Ask about staying. Are you really okay with me staying here? Absolutely. I owe it to you, after all. You helping me today, however, was not part of the plan. You're making it rather hard to settle my debt. I think you did me a favour just by letting me come along today. The two of you share a smile. Ask about the shack. Ah, yes. The Mystery Shack used to be my house, once upon a time, and now it's a tourist trap. I'm glad for what it's become as a home. I just wish it weren't so offending to each of the senses. Ford looks out across the lake in thought. Keijo, I have to admit, I didn't want to take you with me earlier today. I thought I'd be walking myself into an uncomfortable social situation. So did you, to be honest. Yeah, uncomfortable social situations is not my forte. And you did well out there. Not many tourists could handle the kind of task we just completed. This had a potential to have gone disastrously. I mean, a butterfly net? Against Mothman? Easily a 3% success rate. Sometimes the more Ford speaks, the less reassured you feel until all that's left is a distant unease. You smile and nod anyway. The two of you sit in another moment of quiet. Night air pleasantly chill around you, until Ford again breaks it. We should head back now. I'm sure Mabel will want to hear we've been successful. You stand and give Ford a hand up from the makeshift bench. Ford takes the lead again, and you're soon no longer able to catch sight of the lake when you glance back. Ford gradually adjusts his pace to yours, walking side by side with you in companionable silence, all the way back to the shack. Almost there. You recognise, from the incredibly flashy signs touting phrases like Mystery Shack this way and Sasquatch to your left, that you are extremely close to arriving back at the shack. As you and Ford leave the tree line, you see the bright lights shining on the porch. You make out the faint outline of the kids' shadows as they run through the house and emerge in the attic window, and Mabel pushes it open, leaning out. Uncle Ford! Finally! You guys took so long I had time to cover waddles in macaroni. Why would you do that? I have my reasons. Did you get the thing? Yes, and I'm coming inside so we can stop shouting. Keijo, come along. We've got a pig to save. Waddles, waddles, waddles. Ford strides into the shack, a man on a mission. You grin and follow, but not before taking one last look at the night sky. Yeah, maybe your stay won't be too bad after all. Back inside the shack, the grand conclusion to your expedition to the Mothman's cave is spritzing Mabel's pig with the newly finished deterrent until the poor piglet reeks of lavender. You see Mabel and Dipper head up to bed looking sleepier than usual as a result. Something about lavender is so soothing to the senses that you crash out fairly soon afterwards, face first onto your makeshift bed. Woo! Day 1 complete. That was actually quite fun. I was worried that I wasn't going to enjoy this. Not because I don't like Ford as a character, but because Stan. But I'm enjoying this so far. Right, let's save here. Let's go back to this. Oh, no. Load. Yes. Time to go back and try and peer through the window. The glass is dirty enough that the sunlight hitting it obscures your vision of the room within. You catch a grey and tan blurry figure that must be Ford at the far wall. You lean in too close and have to step back before you leave a conspicuous handprint on the window pane. When you look back in, Ford is gone. You turn back around. You're just going to stand out here until Ford returns. Okay, so nothing really happened there. That's sad. Load. This one. Yes. What was just before? Oh. How much further are we walking? About a mile or so. While Mothman's home is in West Virginia, I found that he has a summer vacation home in none other than Gravity Falls. Oh no! I'm so sorry. I don't know if I can change that delay. Chat settings. Oh, I don't mean... No, that's not what I want. No, there isn't, unfortunately, anywhere I can change that. I'll just have to be slower in doing stuff so I can keep up with people. And by home, I mean Cave in the Woods. It's a nice place if you like the dark. Okay. That was nice to hear. No, I don't want to save. Load. Yes. I'm fine, really. Glad to hear it. Still, we have some time until sunset. Let's wait here in the meantime. Okay. This isn't as... I think we'll go with... this one. Haha. No, load. I think we turn right. Something tells me that's not right. I think you should answer this one. The answer is clearly left. Let us continue onwards. That was so abrupt. You fool! Oh, I like that one. Oh, my life. Can I... Oh. Am I able to delete saves? No, we can just save back over them. That'll be fine. Ford, the man that you are. No, not overwrite. Load. Yes. Alright, you're heading in with a butterfly net? Isn't this a little dangerous? Can you do it? I'll take the net. He was just like, bro. The answer is clearly left. Get out of here, you fool! You're heading in with a butterfly net? Seriously? And what would you suggest? A gun that shoots nets? I've determined this is the most effective and unobstructive way to capture an elusive cryptid like Mothman. If you have a better idea, be my guest, but as an accomplished explorer, I believe my choice holds more credibility. Ouch. Remember, even just a light touch is enough. Well. Alright, Mr. Know-It-All. It's like Matilda. I'm smart, you're dumb. I'm big, you're small. I'm right, you're wrong. And there's nothing you can do about it. 1 second. Okay, isn't this a little dangerous? As long as you stick with me, no harm will come to you. Trust me. What a gentleman. Load. Can you do it? Can you do it? I'll take the net. I wanted to give you the full cryptid tracking experience, but I suppose we can switch. Net in hand and jar in pocket, you ready yourself to catch a moth. You ready yourself to catch a moth. Oh yes, this boppy song again. Fuck yeah. You meet Ford's eye, and with a confident nod, Ford rushes in towards Mothman. It erupts into an intimidating cloud of moths, swirling around Ford like a mothy school of fish, trying to confuse their attacker, but Ford leaps and rolls out of it. Nice! There, that ought to do the trick. He double checks the jar and you peer through the glass. A small black moth flutters inside. Screwing the lid on tight, he exhales in relief. That was amazing! Ah, I'm glad that I decided to go through now and not take the net, you know. Oh. Right, oh, the song's back. So I approached it with stealth. Run around back to its blind spot. As you sprint around the winged creature, you slip on a puddle of water on the floor and fall flat on your face. Your phone skids away across the floor, face down, sinking your surroundings back into darkness. Still, you manage to grab one of Mothman's legs before your fall, and find yourself clutching nothing in the midst of a fluttering cloud of moths. Rather inelegant, but hey, whatever works in the heat of the moment, right? Ford dashes forward and manages to scoop up one in the net, dropping it into the jar and popping the lid back on. Got one. You can get up now, KJ. That was a fun one. I fell on my face. So run straight for it. With an honourable battle cry, you charge straight at Mothman. It lets out a screech and beats its wings aggressively, cueing you to dive straight at it. As soon as you make contact with the Mothman's chest, the swarm of moths flutter around you, trying to escape. Wait! Moths! Of course! You turn the light on your phone back on, and the bright light spooks the moths while keeping a few dancing around the light source. Nice! You walk slowly back to Ford, who sees the remaining moths flutting around the phone in your hand, and puts the butterfly net back in his coat. He gently brings a jar over one of them and screws it closed. Well done, KJ. That wasn't too hard, was it? Ford pockets the jar and you turn off your phone's light, releasing the few remaining moths back into the darkness. Wow. That was nice. Right, pancakes and interrogations is what we're on now. Yes. And before I forget, we're going back to here to resave. Okay. I will BRB. I'll be right back. So, see you in a minute. Ah! tuned. Right. Back to reality. You wake up to a loud crash downstairs, not entirely uncommon in this house, you're quickly finding out, but still disconcerting. This is the pancake bit, so I'm gonna skip. Dipper, can you cook? I've done this. Skip. Go out for breakfast. Skip. Oh. Welcome back. Okay, so they've scribbled a note. The kids lead the way towards town, explaining various landmarks and the wild and wonderful stories attached to them along the way. And this is where we saw two ghostly old people. In a convenience store? Strange. But you nod regardless. Maybe she just meant they were so old they looked like ghosts. Though, after what you've heard about Gravity Falls already, you could believe they were real ghosts. They were. They just hated teenagers. Dipper points out the diner in the distance, a log-shaped building atop a train cart, and the three of you head inside. Skip! What do we want? Pancakes, waffles, or scrambled eggs and bacon? Scrambled eggs. Might go with pancakes, honestly. Pancakes, pancakes. So who wants a lammy, lammy, lammy? I do. So go, something about Grammy? I'm gonna have to get the lyrics up now. Lammy, lammy, lyrics. Well, who wants a lammy, lammy, lammy? I do. So go up and greet your mammy, mammy, mammy. Hi there. So much around the daisies. don't you forget about the baby. We love that. Okay. Pancakes! Coming right up, sweetie! I love the lammy dance. Oh, that reminds me actually. I said my little brother and sister were going to go as Dipper and Mabel, but my little brother saw little Gideon and he's like, I want to dress up as that guy. So might be Mabel and little Gideon they're going as. Lazy Susan winks, with her good eye of course, and heads to the back of the diner. Skip! Ooh. Well, Mabel wanted you guys to enjoy her Mabel cakes too, and since there wasn't much food, I figured I'd take them out. Stan snatches the pancake from Mabel's mouth and takes a bite out of it, cackling when she stands on the seat to try and grab it back, climbing over Dipper to reach. Aside from the kerfuffle, you catch Ford's eye. Was he staring at you? He's staring at us. I mean, I think my little brother would make a fantastic little Gideon, honestly. Willoughby! As soon as he realises, he quickly sets his gaze elsewhere, looking over your head and out of the window. You'd say that he probably just shifted his attention, but his finger hooks under the high neck of his sweater and tugs at it. Well, Keijo, I really appreciate you looking after Dipper and Mabel for us. It was very kind of you to bring them here. It wasn't a big deal, really. I'm happy to help. You smile at him, pretending you don't feel how warm your face is. Maybe it's just hot in Greasy's. Ford looks close to the shade of his sweater. Oh, look at him! The little cute baby! I give a little squishies. Squish, squish! I also like that Stan is just round. Dipper mumbles an ow, and you catch Mabel elbowing his side, waggling her brows at him. You're not sure why. Well, kid, if you're paying, scoot over, Dipper. I want breakfast too. Stanley, it's at least 12:30 now. Uncle Ford, that means it's time for brunch. Duh. See? This kid gets me. Now let me in so I can get some grub. Dipper moves to your side of the booth as Stan sits next to Mabel, and Ford sits at Dipper's side. Lazy Susan comes back and takes orders for another round of food and drinks for everyone, including Mabel, who decided she wants more pancakes. You're starting to regret offering to pay, but as Stan and Mabel try their hand at the syrup drip race, with Dipper cheering them on, Ford watching with a wide grin on his face, you know you don't really mind that much. Oh, do you mean his little, like, where is it? His little, like, glare? Because I also love that face. I might have to make it my profile picture, honestly. If I see him glare again, which I think will be quite soon, actually. After the expedition to find Mothman, you accompanied Ford on a few other missions, so to speak, examining various birds of the forest, including what is what including the questionable stomach-faced duck who snatched your sandwich and quickly ran off, Ford in hot pursuit. While he didn't find what evidence he needed, something to do with their digestive systems, you both decided that the stomach-faced duck flock were questionable. Not as questionable as the question quail, which he shows you from a scanned journal page, but still questionable. You asked why he decided the Hawktopus was too stupid to study, but received a loud groan and too sticky as an answer. Valid point. I didn't read that. I'm assuming it's half hawk, half octopus, but I read that as like the Hawktur. The Hawktopus. I'm too chronically online. The Hawktopus. Oh. Hawktur, spit on that thing. I'm glad I wasn't the only one. All in all, your adventures with Ford have been more enjoyable than you'd expected, and you can't help but hope you'll get to experience another with him soon. Me too, me too! You walk through the living room lost in thought about question quails and Ford's journal pages, and narrowly avoid slipping on a sheet of graph paper. Ah! Don't look! Oh, it's you. Dipper peers out over a book that proclaims D&D and Mordy, officially licensed campaign journal. Oh, do we get to play D&D and Mordy? He's sitting on the yellow armchair with crisscross legs, barricaded in with books and papers. He's got a lap of multicoloured dice and a half-dozen chewed pencils strewn across the floor, and one in his mouth. You look down and notice the floor is almost entirely covered in graph paper. Hi, did you need something? I know it's kind of messy. I should probably clean that up. Dipper looks reluctant to extract himself from his self-constructed fantasy law prison. Here, I can do it. You look busy. You're about halfway through cleaning the floor before you actually start looking at what's on the various sheets you're holding. A fantasy map, some floor plans, and countless scribbled notes and calculations in the margins. What are these for? Planning something? Dipper's re-immersed in his planning. He startles a little when you ask. Oh, right. No big deal. It's just for this great pen and paper role-playing game called Dungeons, Dungeons and More Dungeons. DD and MD for short. And it's about fantasy worlds and statistics and swords and, well, it's kind of difficult to explain. But it's super fun. I'm playing it with Grunkle Ford today, so I'm just putting down the final touches on my dungeon. He's gonna be so stumped. Stumped, you say? Ford comes into the room at that precise moment, drying his hands on his trench coat. Perfect timing, Dipper. I just managed to get the paint off my hands. Paint from what? Oh, one of the gnomes came by and decided he'd graffiti the side of the house. Something about his rapper persona. Yeesh. Yes, I don't think Jay Gnomesy is going anywhere in the music business. In any event, I see you've been hard at work. Are you ready for our game? Yes, and oh, Keijo, I can take those now. Thanks for the help. Ford looks like he's just noticed you standing there for the first time since he entered the room. Keijo, glad to see you weren't too shaken up by our adventure yesterday. No, I'm not. You grin and hand Dipper the tall stack of papers, catching a glimpse of the stats for a knock-knock skull. Well, I made it back in one piece, right? That's the spirit, though 90% of a piece would have been good too. You know, you never realise how little of a difference 10% makes until you lose it. Uh-huh. So, how was the Mothman? Shaken up. All in the name of research, though. I've seen it lose a few moths and come back the next week good as new. A process akin to cycling out dead cells. I would say we just expedited that process. No moral issues there. Well, Keijo, the game calls, and I must answer. Stanley's about if you're looking for him. Though, well, if you wanted to join our game, I certainly wouldn't object. I can promise a fun afternoon. Another player! Yeah, totally! I can give you a pre-made character sheet to start, and dice. Shoot, where did I put my other set? Don't worry, I've got an extra set. Me? I don't even know how to play. Oh man, there are so many rules. Where to start? I mean, it's really easy to pick up. It's even, like, kind of popular now. You're not sure about committing the whole afternoon to this game with Ford, though Dipper does seem pretty excited about it. But Stan's around too, and you wanted to go check on your car. Well, think about it, Keijo. Dipper, my boy, why don't you and I get things set up in the meantime? Ford and Dipper launch into fantasy lore talk as they prop up a corkboard against the yellow armchair, pin up various maps and floor plans with important landmarks, and append their pouches of dice onto the carpet. Fuck yeah, I'm joining this game. I want to play D&D and more D. Asked to join their game. Great. Oh shoot. Did you look at the plans earlier? Those were for the Dungeon Master's eyes only. If only I'd known you were gonna join us. Don't worry, I didn't look. Yeah, I did. I know all of your plans. All of them. Save. I know all of his plans. He did it! He did the face! He did the face! That's what I was waiting for. Why did I get so happy about that? How do I take a screenshot? S. H. S. Yes. That's gonna be my new profile picture on Discord. Haha, very funny. Or do you? Grunkle 4, do you think they... What? Sorry, I was rereading this passage on Dwarven architecture. They've really improved their illustrations, though I can't say the same for their prose. You know what? I'm gonna... Where has it gone? Desktop. There it is. I found it. Oh, why is this making me so giddy? It's so stupid. Who wants to let me? I do. Save. Yes. I did it. There it is. Now everyone can have it. There we go. Dipper and Ford put the final pieces in their place. The floor is encircled in a mix of propped-up corkboards, books, maps, notes, and loose-leaf paper. Ford unfolds a game board in the centre of the madness. Brilliant! We're all ready. Don't look so nervous, Cager. You'll have me here to walk you through it. Ford sits down next to the game board. He pats the piece of carpet next to him, inviting you to sit, and you do. Dipper sits across from you, on the other side of the game board, and unfolds an illustrated piece of cardboard, propping it up in front of him. He notices your questioning gaze on it, and looks back at you. Oh yeah, this is the Dungeon Master screen. It's just there to protect my secrets. It hides essential dice rolls and plot points from prying player eyes. Grunkle Ford's tried to look ahead once or twice, and spoiled a narrative twist. And you were the only player. I'm just making sure my dungeon mastering apprentice stays on his toes. You can never be too vigilant. Dipper gathers up his dice in a pile next to the DM screen, ready to roll when needed. Now, I mentioned an extra dice set, didn't I? Dice are an important, though by no means essential, component of gameplay. No adventurer should leave the house without a set. I keep mine in this souvenir velvet dice bag from local game store. Yes. Ford retrieves a dark drawstring bag from his coat and empties it onto the floor, where dice of all different shapes and sizes come tumbling out. And now for yours. Ford pulls another matching drawstring bag from the depths of his coat. They were having a buy one get one discount. Go ahead, take a look. These will be yours for the session. You pour these dice onto the carpet as well, metallic gold with the numbers embossed in black. Ooh, fancy. While I didn't have enough left to make them from solid gold, I was able to electroplate a set for fun. Great Uncle Ford, you electroplated those dice? They're so nice. That didn't mean to rhyme. Maybe you should be the one with the rapping career, not Jay Gnomesy. Oh. Ford and Dipper laugh. Yeah, maybe not. But anyway, let me reintroduce our characters. Dipper clears his throat, settling into the Dungeon Master persona. When we last left our heroes, Miv the Meddling trapped the Great Elven Wizard, Vernan, and the Halfling Fighter Tyros in a dungeon filled to the brim with puzzles, riddles, and brain teasers. To reach Miv and end this journey once and for all, they'll have to brave the dungeon's mysteries and escape with their lives intact. Dipper sets two figurines side by side on the game board. One is an imposing figure in flowing robes, and the other is much shorter in comparison, but posed with a will to prove himself. You suppose the former is Vernan and the latter is Tyros. But what would our two heroes find in the first room of the dungeon but a potential ally, just as trapped as they are, who will join them in their quest for freedom? Dipper places three figurines on the carpet, just off the side of the game board. And you get to choose your character now, Keijo. These are starters with pre-made templates, so they're good for short notice editions like this. Choose your character. Ooh! I'm playing D&D, guys! Human bard, dwarf fighter, or orc rogue. Ooh. I'm thinking potentially bard. Who wants the labby, labby, labby? I do. Yes, that's exactly what Dipper has done. You know what? I'll save here. Because it might give us different gameplay options. I don't want to play as Barth. The human bard, let's do it. Bards use invigorating song to encourage their allies, or the blow of their insults to damage their enemies. I've kind of re-evaluated my stance on bards lately. You'll come in handy if we encounter any undead. Will we? Maybe. Hey! He did it again! Hey, stop trying to play ahead! That's the look of a man who is not happy. That's the look of a man who accidentally spoke to Wendy for too long. Oh, yeah. Be a human bard? Yes. Dipper moves your figurine onto the board beside Vinan and Tyros. Alright, what's their name going to be? Alex, short for Alexandrios. You hear Ford trying to say Alexandrios out under his breath a few times. Oh, what the fuck? There's more buttons! I'll just call them Alex. Here's your character sheet. It's got all the info on it. Attribute. Oh! Oh my god, I can see everyone! This is so fun. Oh my god, you can't see it. Okay, give me a second. I might just hide chat for this section. Oh my god, I didn't realise how far out this game. Oopsie. Give me a second. Yep. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh my god, there we go. Okay. Now you can see it. My charisma's almost full. My head's in the way right now, I just realised, but it's fine. So I have just over half strength, almost 3/4 dexterity. My lowest statistic is wisdom, but my highest is charisma. That just reminds me of the D&D and More D episode when Stan's like, when facing yon adversaries, shield thyself under an elven buttress. Anyway, Vernon. Oh, he's very strong. He's got great hit points and intelligence, and also good dexterity. Okay. So, my stats aren't the best, but that's fine. What's my inventory? So I have a loot, 5 candles, 2 costumes, water skin, disguise kit, rations, a mystic amulet. Jade pendant, hourglass, golden bell flower. Honestly, I'm gonna have to... I watch that scene daily. I still need to rewatch this episode again. But anyway, character sheet's got all my info on it. Perfect. Thank you, Dipper. Our heroes encountered Alexandrios, Alex for short, in the first room of the dungeon. Alex, what's your deal with our main villain, Miv the Meddling? Miv murdered my family and now I seek revenge. Miv promised me eternal glory, but left a dagger in my back instead. I just woke up here with a headache. Ford, help me. Help me! I feel like a human bard would want eternal glory. Internal glory. Eternal glory. Alex explains how they struck Miv's ire, and in the turn, Tyros shares that Miv once bested him in a duel. An embarrassment, because Miv is a sorcerer, and sorcerers aren't known for their physical combat skills. In Tyros' defense, he was still young at the time. But none of this matters, because to finally face down Miv, they must escape. Oh! Whoa. Oh my god, it's a Mabel stained glass window. It's a Stan, Dipper, and Ford. Oh my god, this is so cool. There's a little bill thing up here. I have to hide this HUD so I can have a look at this. With the little waddles. Proceed with caution, homies. Whoa. We got cool fantasy music playing right now. Oh my god, we do. I'm putting my headphones on for this. Oh, my headphones are falling off my head. Lol. Okay. Behind you is a plain door. On the far wall of the room is a set of red doors, and to the left and right are old stained glass windows with weirdly familiar motifs on them. Having woken up here with no recollection of getting here at all, you have no way of knowing which door you came in, should go out of, or even what direction you should head in at all. Hi Elia, how you doing? I'm just geeking out right now at this I'm playing D&D with Ford right now. You're sad? No, what's wrong? Yeah, if I have chat on where I usually put it, it will block off the attributes and inventory section, so we're just vibing. Oh, I need to make this a bit bigger. Oh, there we go. That's better. Yes, I do remember you saying that. Did you get... oh wait, no, you got rid of Star Rail recently, so it's... No! I thought you got rid of Star Rail recently. But does that mean that you got the new girl instead of Dan Hung? And now you guys decide what you want to do. You might want to look around first. Okay. And by that, of course, we mean rolling a die to see if we can notice anything. Oh no! That's so sad. Did you want to get Dan Hung instead of Rapper? Yeah. Oh no. Is Rapper any good? I'm probably not gonna get her, but the outcome nearly every substantial choice we make is tied to a roll of the dice. I'll let you choose what to do here, Keijo. Then I'll smash a window. Take a look around. That's fair. But hopefully, Sunday... Is Sunday coming next update then, if we've already getting sneak peeks of his stuff? Ford shows you what to roll for the investigation check, and Dipper flips through his notebook, ready to tell you what you see. Huh! Nice roll! Tacked to one of the walls of this room is a note that reads, "Proceed with caution, homies." Tyros pockets the note, and in the distance you hear a faint sound of rushing water. What do you do next? Maybe I need to get farming again, because I do really want Sunday. Though I don't remember who I pulled for last time. I don't remember what my pity is right now. But then again, I haven't played any Hoyo games for so long. What's the state of the door behind us? See for yourself. I'm still the DM. I can't respond unless you check the door. Ford casts Detect Magic, and after confirming with Dipper that there is no magic behind the door, pushes it open. The three of you leave through the door. Nice! Boot Hill lore? Oh, maybe I do need to play it then. My homie Boot Hill. As the last of you step through the doorway, it melts, seeping into the wall as if it were never there. Guess we're not going back that way. The chandelier overhead ignites, casting the room in a warm orange glow and revealing an impressive door on the far wall. In front of it is a large cloth-covered lump. Well, okay. Take a look around again. I'm not going to head straight for the door. You roll for investigation, just like earlier. You approach it to inspect it. As your footsteps grow nearer, the lump shifts, rising to reveal that it is in fact a goblin. The goblin stands to attention and tries to pretend it was never asleep. Travellers, I notice thee, and demand you answer these riddles 3. Insult the goblin. No, I'll answer these riddles. I'll do it. Answer the riddles. The goblin reaches into his pocket, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper that he unfolds with care. What has 88 keys but can't open a single door? I don't know. Oh, a piano. Yeah! Heard this one before. It's a piano, right? Next, what kind of keys cannot open doors? I don't know. What kind of keys cannot open doors? And not to make you feel worse, but he is a very good character as well. He's been on my team since I started playing the game, actually. Plus, he's just hot, so... Oh god, I don't know. What kind of keys cannot open doors? Tee-hee-hee. I think genuinely the last time I pulled on Star Rail is for Boot Hill, honestly, maybe. I can't remember. We'll let Ford answer the riddle. A turnkey? What the fuck is a turnkey? Turnkey. What is a turnkey? Oh. I still don't know what that is. And finally, what is the first thing you did on your adventure? Oh shit, wake up? Is there a Boot Hill, what do you call it? Fucking banner anytime soon? Rerun, that's what it's called. No, not this update. It was quite a while. I say quite a while. It's been fairly recent since he's been released, though, to be fair. First thing you did on your adventure? Look around? The door is now open to you. Fabulous, homies. The goblin steps aside to let you go through the doorway. And with that, you've cleared my goblin puzzle. Well, a fourth of them anyway. Could have gone so many other ways. Dipper then beams and you follow his line of sight to realise it's because Ford just gave Dipper an encouraging smile of his own. As soon as you enter this next room, the wall melds over the doorway, sealing you in. Glancing around, the far wall of the room seems to be of a different material and colour than the rest, though it could just be the lighting. To your left, you see rows of lights affixed to the wall. Oh, so if it's Acheron and Aventurine, then we're probably potentially looking at Boot Hill either next update as second phase or the update after, I reckon. Oh, but Acheron, I want Acheron. Oh, this is difficult. Inspect the lights or the wall? What should we do? I'm very much looking forward to playing this one again. Inspect the lights. After inspecting and interacting with the lights for a few minutes, you come to realise a few things. There are 26 lights. You can touch them to make them glow. You can only touch 6 of the lights at a time. And once 7 are touched, all lights fade to their original colour. Each light is labelled with an integer that runs consecutively from 1 to 26, starting from the leftmost light. Looks like we need a password for this one, Keijo. If the puzzle is fair, it must be a word we've already been introduced to, one that stands out. You think and think back to that first room when Tyros pocketed the note from the first room of the dungeon. What was that word again? Homies. Proceed with caution, homies. I reckon it's going to be homies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You spell out homies with all the lights, illuminate in unison and disappear. Oh, it made a weird noise. The room rumbles and you turn around to find a green glass door. Walking up to get a closer look, you see the engrave. You see that engraved on this door is a riddle. The door reads, if you go into the green glass door, you can bring a ball, but not a bat. You can bring a book, but you can't bring a novel. You can bring coffee, but not tea. You can bring letters, but you can't bring numbers. If you wish to pass, you must present an acceptable offering. Ooh, okay, I like these ones. Book. No, okay. Oh, I already know what it is. It's the double letters. Interesting one, Dipper. Let's think. A ball, but not a bat. I think I understand. Keijo, what would you bring through the door? The golden bell flower. I offer my Baron's book of spells. And Tyros offers his cutlass. The door dissolves, letting the party pass through. I did it! Yeah! Heck yeah! While Dipper's flipping through his notebook for the next part of the dungeon, Ford nudges you, holding up a hand for a high 6. That was a nice job, Keijo. I'm impressed you got the riddle. Is it hot in here, or is it just the side effect of the green glass door disintegrating? You high 6 Ford, beaming, as Dipper finds the page he needs to continue the game. The green glass door swings open. You go through. To freedom. And there it is, the end of the dungeon. I cut it down a bit on the fly. I didn't want to make it too long. I would have run a murder mystery if I'd planned out for ages, but my test runs have never, gone very well with my focus group. So, what do you think? So what happens next? When do we fight the sorcerer? This was actually a transition into the next super plot-centric campaign about infiltrating the sorcerer's tower castle. Dipper shows you a couple pages of his campaign book, which looks to be filled with various dungeon sketches with realistic physics, calculations crowded into every spare space. Well, Dipper, I think you did well. It's not easy adding in an extra player on short notice like that. I always write it in just in case. Not completely, but just a few notes. Ford and Dipper launch into conversation about dungeon mastering as they clean up the D and more D setup, returning the game components back to their original glossy fantasy box. They're too fast and practice for you to figure out how to help, so you just pick up the dice Ford lent you and return them to their original velvet bag. Dipper leaves to put the D and more D box back upstairs, and then it's just you and Ford. Keijo, you did well for your first time. I'd take you into a dungeon with me. Well, would you now? I mean, Ford gives you an embarrassed smile, but you're already smiling at him. I know what you meant. Thanks, Ford. A call comes from the kitchen, from what sounds like Stan. Well, I'd talk more, but I'd better see what he needs. Ford moves past you, heading towards the kitchen. You suddenly feel the need to hold on to the moment, like you need to say something. Ford? Yes? Now that he's looking at you again, you don't remember what you were going to say. All you say is, here's your dice set back. Here's your set of dice back. Thanks for letting me use it. Ford chuckles, shaking his head. No, you keep it. In case you decide to join us again next time. See you at dinner, Keijo. Oh, I loved that scene so much. Oh. Now, do we do it again as the other two characters? Or do you reckon it's going to be the same? It was so cute. Right. Oh. I'm gonna save. Here. Yes. And I want to go back. We'll do this. So we'll do the dwarf fighter and the orc rogue. I do want to go back and see what happens if I do the don't worry I didn't look. What a relief. No, wait, what? If you're lying to get an edge in the game, is this legal? Grunkle Ford? What? I didn't hear. I was just categorizing these DD and more D books. How many volumes do they have these days? I genuinely love how Dipper overthinks everything. It just makes it's just so funny to me. Right. Do we want to go with the dwarf fighter or the orc rogue? Barf, barf, barf. Human barf, human barf. Bum, bum, bum. I'm thinking we go... Maybe we just go down the list. So we'll do dwarf fighter next, maybe? So we don't have to think of... Yeah, dwarf. Nice. I'm glad to see we're on the same page. Fighters are hardy, brash, and know how to pack a punch. Another fighter, huh? We might need that. Wizards can be kinda squishy. My wizard has extra points in Constitution. You glance at Ford's character sheet and see that while Ford's wizard might be a little buffer than normal, he's a little low on wisdom. Be a dwarf fighter? Yes. Am I still going to be called Alex? Alright, what's their name going to be? Yeah, it is still Alex. Okay. Yep. Attributes. Oh, I'm hefty in strength. Look at me. Yeah. I just don't really have a lot of brains. What's in my inventory this time? Oh, crowbar, 10 torches. Pretty much the same. Okay. Miv murdered my family, and now I seek revenge! Oh yeah, I can put the chat back now. Thank you for reminding me. Boop, boop. There we go. So when people eventually talk in chat, it will be there. Miv murdered my family and now I seek revenge. Alex explains how they struck Miv's ire. And in turn, Tiro shares that same thing. Okay. So I said take a look around last time. I'm gonna smash a window. I ain't got brains. I just got brawn. Smash. You sure you don't want to look around? It'd be really important later. Next to you, Ford writes something on a spare piece of paper and hands it to you. It reads, I have a feeling that this room contains a critical element to the plot that Dipper will need later in the story. Why don't you change your mind and take a look around? Aww. Change your mind and take a look around? Stick with your guns on this one. No. No brain. Only smash. You look at Ford's note and just place it face down on the rug without acknowledging it. Ford frowns a little, but salvages the situation himself. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, this is what it's like playing D&D with James. I love the man. I do, I really do. But he is Chaos Goblin. While Keijo seems to be keen to move forward, I'd like to take a look at the room first. Dipper looks relieved, Ford rolls for investigation, and Dipper flips through his notebook to say what Fernand's elven eyes see. Huh, nice roll. We went through that. I feel so bad. Okay. Straight for the door. We're not going to look at this cloth-covered lump. We choose chaos. There's only one way to go, and that's straight ahead. Wait, what are you going to do about that lump in front of it? It's blocking the door. Alright, don't look at me like that, Dipper. He is! He's just a Chaos Goblin. I feel bad that I'm fucking up this D&D campaign for them, but you know what? I don't care about the lump. Set it on fire! I feel like that's the chaos, right? Sets it on fire? Set it on fire. Set it on fire. Okay. We're setting it on fire. We're setting the lump on fire. Whoa, what? Do you even have a tinderbox? You check your items list. And you do. Yeah, I do. What do I roll? Ford looks caught between amusement and amazement. Dipper, is this the standard Dampstone dungeon room? And according to a few quick calculations, Ford writes down some complex looking formula with a bunch of constants and variables in it. Then you roll the d10 and d6, summoning the outcome. Any prime number will give you fire. It's a 7. Fire galore! Oh my gosh. Okay, so you light the lump on fire. It burns for a few seconds until the lump shifts and rises with a cry of pain. You suddenly realise it was just a sleeping goblin all along. A bright light surrounds the goblin, and it disappears, whisked away by a teleportation spell. With the goblin gone, all that remains is the door. I cast detect magic on the door. The door is steeped in magical energy, and you suspect it's what's keeping the door closed. You follow the energy back to its source, a brass knocker in the shape of a lion's head, which begins speaking. To unlock what lies beyond, tell me, what is it you desire? Which one of us is it talking to? The lion's head looks past Varan and Tyros and towards Alex, its eyes glowing ruby red. What is it you desire? Ford. That's who I desire. Power, friendship, wisdom, nothing. Power. Power. Are we going with power? Which one should we go for? This is chaos. This is Chaos Fighter right now. We desire power. As the lion's head disappears, you feel strange, like you've tapped into some hidden power of yours. Beside you, Vanan and Tyros feel a little off balance. Oh no! You get a +2 modifier to attack rolls from the lion's head, granting you your desire, but it gave both Vanan and Tyros a -1 disadvantage to attack rolls, so that kinda sucks. Oh no. I literally stripped them of their power. The door swings open, and Vanan, Tyros, and Alex step forward into the next room. As soon as you enter the next room, we read this. We'll inspect the wall this time. You look at it and confirm that it's a different colour than the rest. Can I knock on it? You see Dipper give you a small smile, knowing what you're looking for. You knock along the wall and find that one section sounds hollow. As soon as you realise that, the next knock opens up a gap in the wall, which reveals itself to be a door. Ooh, help me, Asani. Go through the door, stay where you are. Through the door, stay where you are. Go through the door, stay where you are. Through the door. Chaos! As soon as you enter the room, you're struck by how different it looks from the rest of the dungeon. This small chamber is elaborate, with colourful cushions, rugs, and a dining table that holds a half-eaten feast. Next to the feast, a mouse examines a few empty goblets on the table. The mouse sees the party and beckons you to come into the room. There's been a crime. Someone has stolen my precious silver sword. You three look like heroes. Won't you help me? When I arrived in my room, I found these 3 suspects, a gnome, a kobold, and an owlbear. I knew someone was going to come and try and steal my precious sword, so I set up a wondrous feast as a trap for thieves. You and Ford share a look at the idea that the mouse would somehow be living in an evil sorceress puzzle dungeon. I left them 3 goblets. The first had a truth serum, and the other 2 a lying serum. I don't know which one of these creatures drank from which, so I was going to hold an interrogation when they woke up. But now you're here! Oh, heroes! Won't you help me figure out who stole my sword? I'm afraid that if I uncover the culprit, they'll slay me in cold blood. Delicate mouse that I am. Well, alright. Took the words right from my mouth, KJ. Let's get on with the interrogation. You approach each sleeping creature in turn, waking them up with a few shakes and asking them who stole the silver sword. The gnome says, I didn't do it. The kobold did it alone. The kobold says, I didn't do it. The owlbear did. And the owlbear says, I didn't do it. The gnome did it alone. Ooh. One creature drank the truth serum, the other 2 a lying serum. The gnome said, I didn't do it, the kobold did it alone. The kobold said, I didn't do it, the owlbear did it alone. Okay. So, if the gnome was lying, they all blamed each other. The 2 saying that they did it alone. If 2 are saying that they did it, so the gnome. The gnome is lying, and the owlbear is lying. So the kobold said, I didn't do it, the owlbear did. So the owlbear did it? I think it's the owlbear. I'm gonna save. We'll save there. Because if I'm wrong... Because 2 of them are saying that he did it alone. I'm gonna say the owlbear. Not quite. Oh, well then. So can I just get through all of these? So maybe it was the gnome and the owlbear? Oh my god, it is! Haha! The mouse looks dumbfounded at how fast you figured it out, but soon turns her attention back to the thieves. Nice job! Now cover up the sword, you thieves! The owlbear digs within their feathers to reveal an ornate, polished silver sword, and the gnome retrieves a matching scabbard from under their hat. The mouse looks down at the returned sword happily, then looks at the party. I realise now that keeping this sword is more trouble than it's worth. Here, you have it. I've only ever used it as a conversation starter, because it can only cut through silver. Perhaps with you, it'll finally have some use. The mouse bestows the silver sword upon your party. You move forward, leaving the mouse's room behind, and come to another doorway. Oh my god, we got it! We got another photo. I'm so glad we went back and did this. Ford. You glance at Ford to notice that he was watching you figure out the puzzle the entire time, even if you weren't too good at it. Before you make eye contact with him, he turns his head, facing back at the game board on the floor, and... Great Uncle Ford, are you okay? Hmm? Oh, yes, Dipper, I'm fine. But then why's your face so red? He's sweating! You take a second look and find that Ford indeed looks a little red. Ford stammers his way through. It's a little warm in here. As you ask if he's alright, you guess wearing a turtleneck in the summer will do that to a guy. The man is sweating. Look at him sweating. But Dipper raises his brows at you both, surprised. He writes something down in the margin of his notebook before clearing his throat to continue the campaign. That's the face of a man who's like, there's something going on between you two. Through the doorway, the air feels damper than before. The sound of rushing water from earlier has only intensified. On the wall to your left, you see a bell. I ring the bell. It may have been a trap, or it may have been the right thing to do, because the door opens beneath you, and the three of you land in a boat. It hovers above the rushing river below, ready to start its trip on command. Oh, honestly, for real. Dipper takes a folded piece of paper from his notebook and hands it to you and Ford. It reads, next stop upstream, Beast's antechambers, 3 giant strides away. Next stop downstream, the mirror room, 3 giant strides away. Get off the boat at your own risk. I'm guessing we don't go to the Beast's antechambers. Can I check the river's speed? You find that the river flows at 2 giant strides per tip of the hourglass. So when do you want to stop the boat? Oh. So 2, we want 2.5. 1.5. Nicely done. Me and Mess. You command the boat to take you 1.5 tips of the hourglass, following the flow of the river. The boat comes to a stop at the entrance to a hallway, and the 3 of you step out onto the familiar stone floor. Maybe going chaos was the good idea, because we didn't get a very good outcome with the other one. It wasn't as long as this. Burning torches line the walls, lighting the hall brightly as you enter. As you walk forward, you notice your steps are visible in the thick layer of dust on the floor. This place smells old. Ooh, it's 2 doors. At the end of the hallway, the part approaches You doing all these? But to be fair, I've spent the last 2 days decoding all of this Gravity Falls stuff. I think my brain's just grown a second brain. And I love doing puzzles and stuff anyway. And James is the type of person to just throw riddles at me daily. So, yeah. At the end of the hallway, the part approaches a set of 2 giant oak doors. Keijo, roll to see how aware you are of your surroundings. You roll, and are unsuccessful. Alex steps on something, a trap panel set into the floor. You watch in astonishment as a ghostly skull floats out of it, rising to about eye level, just in front of the oak doors. You expect it to speak, or do something, but it just floats there. What do you do? Oh, there's another thing for us to save. Maybe we don't need to go back and do the orc rogue. I'll just resave here. It'll be fine. Yeah, James is the autistic ADHD where he's very much like, my brain is full of useless information, but sometimes it's useful. And I'm just the, give me puzzles, give them to me now. Hyperfixation. Right, do we want to inspect or attack the skull, or inspect or open the door? Maybe, well, technically, me being the bonk bonk would attack the skull. So maybe that's what we need to do. But he's not doing anything right now. Bonk, 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 chaos. I would say attack. But what do we think? Oh. Fuck it, we're attacking it. You swing at the skull with your bare fists, but your punch just passes through the skull like air. You expect it to speak or do something. Okay, so let's inspect the skull then. The skull looks non-human, but you don't know enough to say what species it is. Inspect the door. You don't know much about doors, but you can tell that these ones are giant oak, and that there's 2 of them. Okay, open the door. Just as you're about to touch the door, the skull speaks. Knock. Its voice is loud and booming, enough to match the grandeur of the giant oak doors behind it. Vernon knocks on the door. The skull asks, "Who's there?" Answer the skull? Answer the skull. Spell. Spell. Who? W. H. O. Dipper grins at the classic. That is terrible. Okay, next. The skull demands more joke offerings. Knock knock. Who's there? 2. To who? It's to whom? This one gets Dipper to laugh, whether through the sheer smugness in Ford's voice or otherwise. Haha, alright, you both pass. The doors open and Mabel bursts through the doorway. I knew it! You always make those voices when you're playing your nerd game. Kaja, you're playing with them too? How's Homework the game? Actually, we're telling knock-knock jokes. Mabel gasps. I can beat all of you! Get ready for this! Knock-knock! Who's there? Clean clothes. Clean clothes who? Yeah, I thought you'd forgotten what clean clothing looks like. Mabel, jeez, we're in front of a guest right now. His sneaky face is back. Mabel laughs and leaves again, but not before directing you a pair of finger guns. Good luck seducing that hot elf. Isn't Ford the hot elf? Oh, he is. Oh, Dipper calls out after her. That hot elf isn't even in this campaign. Anyway, like I was saying, its joke quota met, the skull gives you a curt nod and floats back into the trap panel. The oak doors open and the 3 of you step through to freedom. And there it is, the end of the dungeon. I cut it down a bit on the fly, I didn't want to make it too long. I would have ran a murder mystery if I planned it. I would have ran a murder mystery I've planned out for ages. But my test runs, we went through this. Ski up. So what did we think? Ford is the hot elf. Although that's not what she meant. There's a hot elf on the box of DD and Mordy. Ski up. Oh shit. I went too far. Oops. No! Go back! Right. No, I don't want to overwrite. Let me go back to here. Open the door. We'll just skip through this. Answer the skull. Skip. Oh, okay. I'll just click through this because I want to see if we ended up getting more, if we ended up getting... Oh no, it was the same. Okay, that's fine. Heck yeah! I actually really enjoy Ford's route so far. It's been quite fun. I think that the nerdy side of me is really enjoying this route. Right, we've gone through this before. Oh, this is the marriage between Gompers and Waddles. I don't even know what's going on. Yeah, that's Mabel for you, but it's her thing, I guess. There's a moment of silence. I'll help if you do. Thanks, Dipper. And with that, you run past him. Dipper stutters of surprise growing fainter as you head outside. So this bit, Mabel is stressed out because she can't find the rings for the renewal of Gompers and Waddles' vows. Alright, let's skip through this. On the roof. Could I be the new ring bearer? It would give me no greater honour. I'm very invested in this partnership, Mabel. I gotta see it through. Skip. Okay. Small glowy tiaras. You stand and carefully place one ring atop each of animal's head. The kings of Gravity Falls. Almost immediately after that, both of them shake their heads and the rings predictably fall off. Maybe not. Aw, they look cute like that though. Mabel gasps, bright eyes wide with an idea. Maybe I'll make them crowns so they can really be royalty. Ooh, that's pretty good. Dipper reappears with a new camera and Mabel throws more rose petals at him. A few get stuck to his fluffy hat and he rolls his eyes, but retaliates by taking a very close-up picture, the flash temporarily blinding her. Hey, save the film for the newlyweds! I need plenty of pictures for my scrapbook. You owe me a new camera for this, Mabel. He sounds annoyed, but his fond sibling smile gives him away and he starts taking pictures of the happy couple, getting odd angles as Mabel pushes them into silly poses. You step away from the scene and go back to head into the house. Being a ring bearer is thirsty work, but Stan and Ford stop you before you make it to the door. Hey, Keijo, thanks for playing along with Mabel with the whole wedding thing. We're both glad you're willing to entertain her whenever we're gone. She didn't, make you do it, did she? Oh, she didn't. She needed a ring bearer, so I stepped up to help. Stan and Ford arch matching brows at you. I'm very invested in the marriage of a goat and a pig, you know. Three of you laugh and Stan pats your shoulder. Ford gives you a warm smile. Well, I'm glad you're as into all of that as she is. Thank you for that. Yeah, kid. It's nice of you to be, nice to her, you know? Ford takes a step forward on the patio, peering down at you through his cracked glasses. You'd be somewhat intimidated if it wasn't for the fact that he's blushing. I appreciate that you occupied the kids for Stanley and I whilst we were out. Both of them seem to like you being around. You grin at him with a shrug. It's no problem. They're fun to hang out with, even if I'm going to have some strange photos in Mabel's scrapbook at the end of it. Ford smiles, sweet and almost kind. Your turn to turn red when he looks at you like that. Well, if you'll excuse me, I've got, things to get back to. Yes. He walks past you and into the house, Stan following soon after. Stan elbows forward and it looks like he muttered something to him, but you can't hear what it was. Whatever he said, Ford looks scandalised. Ooh. Hey Keijo, you're gonna miss the party. We got popsicles! I call the red ones. Pineapple ones are mine. I call dibs. But the pineapple ones are the best ones! Mabel and Stan wrestle over a yellow popsicle, while Dipper contentedly unwraps a red one, holding it above his head and out of Gompus's way. Ford gingerly picks out a purple ice pop and leaves the ice chest open for you to grab one as well. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. All good. While Stan and Mabel aren't looking, you hide the pineapple popsicles at the bottom of the chest. Dipper sees and starts laughing, but doesn't tell. They're a strange bunch, these two sets of Pines twins, but they're certainly making your summer a lot more exciting as your stay at the Mystery Shack continues, your wreck of a car sitting outside in the heat of the setting sun. Hell yeah! That was a quick day. I did skip most of the dialogue, to be fair. Oh, can I, preferences. Skip. No, we're fine. Skip. Who do you want to find? Ford. You pass through the living room and Mabel spots you from her seat at the table. Keijo, I was hoping I'd see you. Come on, I want to ask you something. Mabel points down at the table with a raspberry pink coloured pencil. Her art supplies scattered across the table lie across various sheets of paper with brightly coloured doodles, and lots of glitter. You see a drawing that looks like a cross between Barney and Godzilla, a page full of puppies, and a page with a drawing that looks like you, with... is that Ford or Stan? Mabel's not finished with it yet, but the telltale jawline gives it away. You sit down at the table across from Mabel, and suddenly get the same feeling you'd get at a job interview. It's intensified when she pushes her organised chaos of papers aside and steeples her fingers over the table's surface. She's interrogating me. Hey Joe, I'll be frank. I've been trying to find a match for my grunkles for a while, but I never seem to get their matches made. Sorry, a match? But then it's like you were pulled from thin air, attracted to the shack by a magnet of love. It was a sign, and this week just made the chemistry you share with him obvious. You know who I'm talking about, right? Ford. Yes! Grunkle Ford's great with family, but he's still guarded. You're the first new person I've seen him actually get interested in. Maybe if you get to know him, he'll see that social interactions aren't so hard. And maybe love was on the horizon all along. Love? That's a jump to say, at least. And anyway, though you've had the chance to share some quality time with Ford, you still feel like there's a huge part of his story that you're missing. How much do you even know about him anyway? And why do you want to know so much more? Mabel, Ford and I haven't spent all that much time together. Sure, we shared a couple of adventures, but nothing. Adventures are the perfect bonding material. I know that firsthand. But you know what would really get this chemistry going? Talking to him? What? No, I'm thinking something more romantic. Hold on, I'm getting an idea. I'll get everything ready. Keijo, you just gotta focus on falling completely and utterly in love. Matchmaker Mabel is back in the game. Oh no. Don't give me that face dipper. I want this as a badge, and I want it on my bag right now. Just as you exit the talk with Mabel, you run into Dipper right outside the living room, and it doesn't seem like an accident either. His arms are crossed, and he's looking at you, dubiously. So I heard about Mabel's plan. How do you... I just left the room. Yeah, well, word travels fast, and Mabel sends out mass update texts. His defensive posture softens a bit. Just tell me one thing. I know my grunkles can look after themselves, but can you promise me you won't hurt Grunkle Ford? You can trust me. Okay, Keijo. I'm remembering that. Yeah. Text notification sounds and Dipper checks his phone. And be ready at any time. Your date with Grunkle Ford? Ugh, this feels awkward enough. No offense, Keijo. It's just my Grunkle Ford actually going on a date? Do old people even date? Kind of hard to wrap my head around. I hope Mabel doesn't ask me for my help tomorrow. I mean, I have enough trouble trying to get a date for myself. Mabel calls from upstairs. Hey, Dipped Up! I'm gonna need your help tomorrow! Well, never mind. During the next few days, you, Ford and Dipper get further into the DD and more D campaign you left off on. You can always just disintegrate me with water. Yeah. That's part of... It's become... what's the word? It's become a vocal sim for me. It's something that happens every single day in my life now. I'm just like, yeah. Grunkle Ford, Grunkle Stan, are you also blindfolded? Blindfolded? No, but with these cataracts, I might as well be blind. Is that a woodpecker? I also forget how, Dipper just kind of, what's the word? He roasts everyone. Like, literally in the first episode, he's like, the real mystery is why anyone even shows up. I'm like, Dipper! Anyway, sidetracked. During the next few days, you, Ford, and Dipper get further into the DD and Morty campaign you left off on, and you have time to flesh out Alex to complement Tyros and Vernan on the team. Dipper tells you the 3-person troop is typically small for a DD and Morty group, but you've been getting the hang of the game, mostly from taking advantage of Ford's helpful nudges in the right direction. You've noticed Ford is staring at you during the game sometimes, and you can't deny that you've been caught doing the same. After your, fateful chat with Mabel, you're on edge and wait for her to pull something out of her sleeve. Every time she bursts into a room with fistfuls of crayons, you jump at least a foot in the air. But you've been doing your best to pretend everything's normal, or at least as normal as it gets in Gravity Falls. You ventured out into town earlier today and did some tourist-worthy exploring, and ran into the Pines family at Gracie's diner about an hour later. According to a giddy Dipper and an exasperated Ford, a door to another plane had appeared in the fridge instead of food. Post-documentation and inspection, and lots of skeptical squinting from Dipper and complaints from Stan, Ford had suggested they all just wait it out. It was gone by the time you got back. You secretly hoped to catch a glimpse, but when you asked Ford about it, he assured you it was nothing special. Wouldn't even have ranked among his top 10, he'd said, pushing his glasses up on his nose. After that series of fridge-related events, the shack fell quiet. Dipper ventured out with his camera equipment off to film something amazing, and stands in his office checking in with his sources, whatever that means. That leaves you and Ford, both intently reading on the shack's patio. It's warm and comfortable, and yet the overhang shields your eyes from the blinding summer sunlight. You glance over at Ford. He looks calm and collected, same as he's been all week. Conversely, you've been a little nervous around him ever since Mabel's matchmaking interview. It's not that you haven't thought of him in that light before, it's that you never planned on actually trying it out. You can always ask Mabel to call off the matchmaking thing, after spending the past couple of days convinced that Mabel was going to spring an unavoidable romantic situation on you at a moment's notice. You'd rather not live with that kind of anxious anticipation. You settle back into your book, a paperback Ford lent you. It's a jargon-heavy sci-fi with an abstract cover you probably would have overlooked on a bookshelf. And you think you're about to see the first glimpse of the plot after a 3-chapter introduction. You go to turn the page of your book, but the back door slams open. Mabel explodes out onto the porch, armed with oven mitts and an apron. Hey Joe, Grunkle Ford, I need help, and I need it now! Ford sits up with a wide-eyed look, fixing his glasses that had been startled off the bridge of his nose. Oh. What is it? Is something burning? Is something burning in the kitchen? I need to help baking. Ford relaxes enough to leave a bookmark in his dog-eared novel and close it, but looks to Mabel with an air of bewilderment. Brenda's throwing oh my god, how do I say this? This is German. Grusch de Kassenfurschen. Grusch de Kassenfurschen. I need help. I need to get my German friend. I'll take a photo and I'll figure out how to say it. There we go. Okay. Okay. I mean, I've been learning German. So I should... Gush dich haschen verscheschen. I would say. I don't know. Party for Marius when he comes to visit. And I volunteered to make cupcakes. I was like, yeah, I can totally bake a batch of cupcakes. But as it turns out, smoke unfurls from the back doorway, inevitably followed by the screech of the fire alarm inside. Mabel wrings her mitted hands and winces guiltily. I can't. Mabel rushes back into the house. You see Ford coming close after. You reach the door in time to see Ford unruffled drag a chair over to the smoke detector and disable it as easily as flipping a light switch. As for the smoke, you go straight for the kitchen window and open it, fanning the smoke out of the house. Mabel looks guiltily at you both, attempting to waft the smoke out with her oven mitts. Now that you really look at her, you notice there's flour on her sweater and the kitchen floor, and the kitchen counter, leading to one lopsided bag of flour surrounded by a similar mess of ingredients. Looks like you could use a hand. Mabel, why didn't you ask for help much sooner? I'm sorry, Grunkle Ford, I wanted to make them myself. She wilts under exaggerated despair. But I need these cupcakes, and I need your help. She points at Ford. And your help! Mabel then moves her pointer finger to you. Oh dear. Both of you absolutely need to help me with this. She looks between the two of you with those Mabel patent puppy dog eyes, and whatever will you had left to resist crumbles immediately. You pat her shoulder reassuringly. It's all right, Mabel. Baking is a difficult art, and even professionals have off days. And you glance at the oven that's still leaking lingering smoke. I think adult supervision might be good right now. Mabel nods, looking between you and Ford. Well, it'll be easy peasy with you and Grunkle Ford helping me. You look to Ford, and Ford just looks questioningly to Mabel. Why would you need both of us, Mabel? Because we need to make like a bajillion of these. So many. This is a huge party. Plus, the more people that make them, the more love these cupcakes will have, and there needs to be so much love in these cupcakes. That doesn't... Please, Grunkle Ford, you and Keijo are super conveniently the only ones who can help me. Maybe Dipper. He's out filming. He won't be back till sunset. It's got to be you two. Ford glances hopelessly out to the hallway for one moment, and Mabel gives you a conspiratorial wink while he's not looking, and then it dawns on you. This is your match-made date with Ford. Is it getting hot in here, or is that just the oven? Well... Please, 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 Grunkle Ford. Keijo is already going to help out. Right, Keijo? Yes. That's what I want. While picking up its pace, you hazard a look at Ford to find him looking oddly contemplative, now compared to before. He looks to you for a fleeting moment. You catch out the corner of your eye. His attention's back on Mabel by the time you register it, and Ford nods at her. Alright, what do we need to do? Yes! Okay, first rule in baking, wear an apron. There's never a wrong time to make a fashion statement. Mabel holds two aprons out. One scarlet red and the other one white. You have absolutely no idea when Mabel even retrieved these aprons in the first place, but she's already picked who gets which one. The red apron is tossed to you, and the white one is thrown to Ford. Oh, my friend answered. Yes, please. I think I did a good job with the German. Sorry, I just had to send a voice note to my friend of how I pronounced the German. Right, anyway, we got the red apron. Epic. Oh my god, is he gonna put an apron on? You put it on and look down at yourself to read an upside down, "Burn baby burn" printed across your chest with a picture of a fiery grill beneath it. Fittingly, it smells a little like burning. No worries! Ford's apron has some green text you didn't quite catch, but as he loops it over his head and ties it, you can read it clearly. My other oven is a Bunsen. You stifle a laugh as you read, text now clear over his broad chest. My other oven is a Bunsen. Oh, it's time to save again. Hey Ford, are you made out of copper and tellurium? It only takes a second for Ford to flush pink with understanding, fiddling with the hem of his apron. Oh, okay. I need to figure out what this means. Chemical symbol for copper is AU, I think. No, CU. Oh shit! I just called him a cutie, but in science language. TE, yeah. It spells this, C-U-T, this. I just called him cute. A40 made out of copper and tellurium. I just called him cute. Ha, okay. Okay. Mabel, what's our next step? The second rule in baking is to know your recipe. It's got everything. The ingredients, the instructions, the temperature. Ford looks to the counter and picks up a piece of paper. You guess it's the recipe, judging by the frilly looking photo of a 3-tiered cake on the back. He scans over the ingredients, focused. And the third rule in baking is to forget your recipe. But that's only if rule 2 doesn't work out. How are we looking, Grunkle Ford? I was worried we'd be short on sugar, but I think we'll make it. Are you switching recipes, Mabel? There are ingredients listed here that aren't already on the counter. Mabel laughs loudly and attempts to clap Ford on the shoulder. She only manages to reach his elbow, when you suddenly suspect that whatever baked good Mabel had burned in the oven earlier was a fabricated failure. You glance at the stovetop. The open box of store-bought cookies sitting on the top confirms your suspicion. Oh, Grunkle Ford, you tell the best jokes! That wasn't a joke. Oh look, we need flour, and I already have that out. Next! Ford reads the list of ingredients aloud, and Mabel darts around the kitchen, gathering them as he calls them out. You set to work finding the utensils Mabel needs. Searching through unfamiliar drawers, she points out to you. After opening nearly every cupboard, you come up with an array of mismatched measuring cups, 2 half teaspoons, and a dented tablespoon. Okay, I'm going to mute real quick because my friend sent me a voice message to see how I did with this German. 1 second. So, turns out I wasn't close at all. Oh well. Good enough. No worries. Thank you for staying for as long as you have. It's almost been 3 hours. But I'm gonna be finishing this off anyway, which I'll probably be online for another it might be another 2 hours, maybe a bit more. So, if you're around again later, then feel free to drop on in. If you do need to go. Don't make me... I don't want to feel like I'm just pushing you out now. How many cupcakes do you need for tomorrow, Mabel? You don't need to feel bad. You've sat and vibed with me for like 3 hours. We've giggled over stupid shit like Dipper's face. At least 100. You give her an undisguised look of incredulity. I don't know. And Mabel sends back a series of gestures telling you to go along with it, pointing at Ford's thoughtful face and mouthing, "He bought it." So since the recipe makes 20 to 25, we... fuck for Quinn. Quintuple the recipe. Exactly what I was thinking. If we play our cards right, we could get an exact 120, making full use of the cupcake pan each time. You're bewildered that Ford doesn't question the quantity. Instead, he's starting to factor in how many acceptable cupcake pans he can find in the cupboards, grumbling as he searches through the clangs and dull thuds of other bakeware. Ugh, when is the last time Stanley... Ah, there they are. Looks like we have ones that rusted and ones that hasn't. Keijo, get the pan that's already in the oven. If we can manage to clean it... no, definitely uncleanable. It's totally burnt. Batter everywhere. Keijo, can you... Mabel makes gestures to disposing evidence of her baking failure, and you wince, but nod. Seizing your chance while Ford's back is turned, you open the oven, grab whatever's inside with the oven mitt, and rush outside to drop it in the trash can midway around the shack. It turns out to be a couple store-bought cookies dropped in a muffin pan and left to burn to a crisp. You shake the cookies out into the trash, leaving you with a still hot but perfectly serviceable pan. Oh, I don't know. Take the pan back and call it a miracle. Leave the pan here and back up Mabel's claim. Yeah. You return to the kitchen. Yeah, that pan was definitely not salvageable. Complete toast. Ford chuckles, and when he turns back to the recipe, Mabel gives you a winning smile and 2 thumbs up. You see that Ford has brought a mixing bowl out while you were gone, and wiped away most of the excess flour from the counter. He settles back into the role of recipe reader now that you're back. I've already turned down the oven to the correct temperature. Mabel, notably, doesn't look sheepish in the slightest, still grinning in front of the mixing bowl. So our next step is to add butter. I'll measure it out. And so you settle into a rhythm. Mabel measures ingredients and tosses them in. Ford reads out the recipe, pausing occasionally to balance out Mabel's haphazard method of throwing ingredients into the bowl, and you mix everything into a suitable batter. 2 ingredients later, you notice that Ford rolled his sleeves up to his elbows as he works. You can get used to a sight of him like this. You don't notice Ford returning your stare until he clears his throat. Apparently, your ogling lasted just a moment too long. Keijo? Yeah? I just added the first cup of flour. You can stir it in now. Oh, right. Ford adds another cup as you stir the ingredients together, trying to ignore how red your face feels. Look at you two, working so well together. It's like you don't even need me to be perfect. You know she's talking about the matchmaking, but Ford doesn't take it that way. That's not entirely accurate. You're an essential member of our baking trio. After all, who else is creative enough to come up with a unifying theme for all these cupcakes? You're right. I hadn't even thought about that yet. Mabel standing on a chair next to Ford to reach the counter, hops up and sits at the edge of the counter. Lovey-dovey or lovey-dovey? Gah, I can't decide. While Mabel works it out with her creative genius, Ford scoops out the last cup of flour, going to wipe the excess back into the bag with his finger. Wait! I have the perfect idea! She lifts her arm in triumph and promptly sends Ford's heaped cup of flour flying. Ford fumbles to catch it, but ultimately fails, and the cup, along with the bag, fall into the mixing bowl, sending a mushroom cloud of flour into your faces. Flour cakes Ford's glasses, along with his nose, cheeks, and forehead, and the front of his hair to the point where the colour is indistinguishable from his usual streak of grey. Mabel, thankfully sitting to the side at her perch on the counter, only got half covered in the explosion of flour, even though she's already got various spots of flour all over her sweater. Oops. It's okay, Mabel. Here, take this and dust the flour off. Mabel attempts to brush flour off her sweater, and Ford takes off his glasses, blowing puffs of white from the lenses and wiping them clean with the hem of his turtleneck. He manages to clear most of the flour off his skin, but he missed a spot. Ford? I'm fine. I've had many messier adventures in my time than a bit of flour. No, that's not it. There's a lot of flour still in your hair. Brush his hair out yourself. Brush his hair out yourself. You reach over to brush it out. Ford leans uncertainly back. Excuse me? Your hair, it's covered in flour too. Sorry, I was just trying to get that for you. Ooh, that did not seem like a good answer. Eek, eek. We're loading. There's still a lot of flour in your hair. What? No! He swipes at his hair and he pulls back, white-handed. Ford frowns at his floury hand. I'll deal with that later. For now, let's figure out what to do with this batter. The three of you take a moment to stare at the disaster zone on the counter. Looks like the only thing we can do now is guess how much flour was added and scale the amounts of the rest of the ingredients to match it. I was going to start over. Well, that's a brilliant idea, Keijo. Let's do it. Mabel, do you have another bowl for this operation? Good thing I found this mega big bowl for mixing. Mabel presents a vessel more akin to a tub than a mixing bowl. It's clean though, and Ford transfers over the batter. Good call, Mabel. Are you secretly a psychic? Nope, it's just a little thing I like to call the power of Mabel. She does exaggerated jazz hands, shaking more flour off in the process. The three of you laugh before beginning the post-flour mission. Due to the mishap, you now need 4 times the other ingredients to match the flour that got dumped into the bowl. An inconvenience, but not impossible. As you measure out more sugar, you spot Ford adding to the bowl by cracking 2 eggs at a time in each hand. Show off. The kitchen is quiet during the bustle of measuring, adding and remixing, but after a couple of minutes, Mabel sighs. What's up, Mabel? I don't know, Keijo, it just feels silly to talk about. Nothing is too silly. Well, that's a broad statement, but the point is we're willing to listen. Well, Grenda and Marius are throwing a party on Marius's yacht, right? You have no idea who either of these people are, but play along for Mabel's sake. Yeah. They're really getting into the romance zone. Grenda even told me that they kissed. Ford only gives this a mild acknowledgement, so you have to amp up the reaction zone. They did not. They did so. Can you believe that? I seriously cannot believe that. Ford looks lost as he continues to mix the batter together. I'm really happy for Grenda, I am. But sometimes I feel a little jealous. Grenda's like one of my best friends. I don't get why I can't just be happy for her without feeling this way. Everyone feels like that sometimes. All you can do is try your best to stay positive for her, even if you're feeling a little bitter inside. And just know that eventually, this feeling will pass. Really, everyone gets this way, even with friends. It doesn't mean you're a bad friend or anything. Thanks, Keijo. And anyway, if this is about the romance, Mabel, you're only a teenager. You might feel like you watching your friends get married and settle down so quickly, but that doesn't start happening until you get to 25. You're a wonderful girl. You're smart, pretty, and you can, probably, make a mean batch of cupcakes. I know that whoever you end up loving will be lucky to have you, and that perfect relationship will come your way. In time. Mabel seems to brighten, and she smiles at you gratefully. Then she looks thoughtful. Getting married. I wonder when someone I know will get married. That's non-specific, but Ford pointedly coughs into his fist. Wait, we need to make these cupcakes extra special before we can bake them. I thought they already were. Weren't we going to split this into 3 parts, add food colouring, and marble them in? No, that's just special. I'm thinking extra special. I'm thinking explosion rocks. You mean that tiny candy that makes your mouth all tingly? Exactly. I'm going to go grab my supply. Mabel dashes out to get the candy, leaving you and Ford alone in the kitchen. Oh, look at him. I love it. Normally you'd expect the atmosphere to turn awkward, but you find yourself anticipating something instead. You give Ford a smile. Good job calculating how much we needed to salvage the cupcakes. Ford laughs, leaning back against the counter. Oh, I just eyeballed it. I adjusted based on the batter's apparent viscosity. No calculation involved. And, well, I couldn't let all our hard work go to waste after you suggested salvaging it. I don't get it. You wanted to start over? Well, I had a whole plan in mind. We were going to quintuple the recipe, and now it's more like octuple. But I think this was the better route to take. Now that I think about it, that was the last of our flour. Wait, damn. Stanley needs flour for pancakes this week. Would he take cupcakes for breakfast instead? We're gonna have plenty of extra. Knowing him, I think the probability is very high. You're about to say something else, leaning in to continue the conversation when Mabel re-enters the room. She's carrying a cardboard box stuffed to the brim with bright packets of explosion rocks. I'm back! Alright, let's add these puppies in and make some cupcake magic. You and Ford start helping Mabel decant the explosion rocks into the batter. Ford glances at you as you shake the last packet into the bowl. Both of you know that the consumers of these cupcakes will get an unpleasant surprise from them exploding in their mouth, especially since the multicolour candy makes the batter look like unassuming funfetti cupcakes. Then it's time to split the batter and marble them in the pan. The 3 colours Mabel chose are deep purple, blue and pink, which she says ties in perfectly with her theme. So you're going to tell us what the theme is yet? Nope! Let's get these in the oven. Ford picks up the pan and sticks it in the oven to bake. There's still plenty of batter in the mixing bowl. You've barely skimmed the surface with the first batch. You and Ford share another look. Alright, it's time for the best part. Frosting. What kind do we have? It's not what kind do we have, it's what kind are we making? Mabel presents another recipe card. Oh geez. Thankfully, the frosting is far easier to make than the batter. By the time you and Mabel separate the sugary result into a few different bowls for colouring, the first batch of cupcakes come out of the oven 10 minutes ago and have cooled down on the counter. As Mabel puts it, they're ready to be Mabelified. Ford grins at her as he starts dyeing a bowl of icing bright pink. Decorating the cupcakes is by far the most fun part of the afternoon. The 3 of you sit around the kitchen table. Mabel purposefully sits you and Ford next to each other, while she takes the remaining spot, and you use different frosting tips to make the designs on all the cupcakes. Mabel had finally revealed her theme to be outer space, because space is full of romance, and this way I can say their compatibility is out of this world, so the 3 of you cover marble cupcakes in galaxy-worthy combinations of coloured frosting. Ford, to put it simply, is delighted by the theme. You're pretty sure the constellations he painstakingly iced on his last 25 cupcakes were passed as illustrations in a stargazer's guide. In the middle of completing a second Orion, Ford gets some icing on his face. A drip of blue somehow made it onto his chin, probably from testing the icing to make sure it tasted good. It did, of course. Mabel kicks you from under the table. Ow? And she nods her head at her grunkle, giving you a meaningful look that Ford completely misses. He wipes most of it off, but there's now a streak of blue at his cheek. So you... What am I doing? What am I doing? Ah! We're saving. Wipe it off for him. Mabel watches you both expectantly, but you aren't sure you have the guts to do what she really wants to have happen. And besides, you're not sure Ford's ready for that. You opt for plan B instead. Here, I'll get it. You reach over with a napkin and gently wipe the streak away, hoping he doesn't notice how your hand shakes with nerves from the close proximity. Ford is also hyper aware of how close the 2 of you are now, and you can't ignore how his gaze drops from your eyes to your lips as you inch closer to wiping the icing away. There. I got it. Ford's cheeks almost match his sweater. Thank you, Keijo. Eventually, the 3 of you finish decorating over 100 cupcakes. Looking at them all lined up on the counter, you can really see the decline in quality as you, Ford and Mabel got worn out. The last few have frosting in solid colours, with just a handful of star-shaped sprinkles on top. Can't believe we're finally done. Yes, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I've enough of the night sky to last me the rest of the week. Oh, but we're not done. Mabel sounds as peppy as she has all day, even though she must be as tired as you and Ford. There's just one last thing to do. Clean up? Because we have a huge mess here. No, Grunkle Ford, more important than that. More urgent, more desperately needed. Ford looks perplexed. What could that be? The glitter. Mabel pulls out a sizable tub of blue edible glitter that had been sitting at the back corner of the counter for, you're guessing, the whole afternoon you've been in here. Unscrewing the lid reveals its sparkling, shiny contents. Each of you grab handfuls of glitter, sprinkling liberally over each cupcake. The only person who seems to be hesitating is Ford, who keeps stopping to attempt glitter gradients in order to keep his earlier icing work clear of glitter. Mabel always comes in after him though, and fills in the blanks so that the whole thing sparkles. Soon enough, The tub is left nearly empty. Great! All of these are for the party. Except this one's for Dipper. This one's for Grunkle Stan. This one's for Waddles. Mabel puts the exceptions aside, and in the end, the three of you grab a cupcake each as a reward for an afternoon's hard work. You tap them together in a pseudo-toast and absolutely devour them. The cupcake tastes odd, but that's what makes it amazing. It's probably the explosion rocks. You can detect, the faint spice of love and adoration. A good, if not perfect, cupcake. The remaining cupcakes are strategically fitted into the pantry among the cheese boodles, and various other snack foods ready to be brought to the party tomorrow afternoon. Ooh. Mabel stretches and yawns dramatically before grabbing the plate of cupcakes that have been set aside. Well, I better get these over to the boys. You know how Grunkle Stan gets when he smells something cooking and doesn't get a taste? You're not quite sure you do, but Ford nods knowingly, so it must be true. Anyway, I'll leave you two lovebirds alone. Thanks for the help, and you're welcome for my help. Mabel sends a wink and a finger gun as she leaves. Your heart freezes in your chest as Ford looks at Mabel's exit with an unreadable look, then faces you. You see, I know what's going on. This isn't the first time Mabel's tried to find my match. You can't find the words to express your mixture of relief and confusion, Ford explains. I suppose she's at that age where kids are thinking about romance and dating. Stanley and I are just two of her recent subjects for these compatibility experiments. Last time Mabel reached out to Mamando to set me up with a merman. She didn't tell me what kind of situation it was, so I unknowingly grilled him, and with enough scientific queries about mer people to send him back underwater with a grumpy burble. Ford gives you a small, genuine smile. But I can't say that it's all been bad. After all, I haven't managed to repeat that kind of mistake yet here. If you did, you'd be surprised by how much I know about mer people. So how do you think this match is going? Ooh? Ooh? Ford shrugs, though he's sporting a light blush. I think this one has potential. You both look around the disaster scene of the kitchen. Since Mabel conveniently had other things to do, she left you and Ford with the task of cleaning everything. Ford rolls his sleeves up and adjusts his glasses. Come on, let's get this kitchen cleaned up. Oh, this is so cute. It's a different type of, like, romance, I guess. Oh, alright, I will be back momentarily. Ooh. God, this is wrecking my throat, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. You don't think you've been more nervous in your life. Mabel came with you yesterday when you went shopping for extra clothes, since Stan's mechanic skills left your car still being worked on, and you realised you needed more clothes than you'd packed. However, she managed to sneak in a relatively fancy set of clothes to add to your pile of summer-appropriate clothing, and she flourishes them in your direction with a wide, brace-faced grin. Ta-da! For tonight! You stare at the fancy outfit like it's going to jump out of Mabel's hands and attack you. Mabel, are you sure Ford agreed to this? Of course he did! I asked him and everything! He dropped whatever he was working on instantly. And it hit the other stuff on his desk, which fell on the floor, and then he said, I'd love to, but I'll need a fashion makeover. Please help me, Mabel, you're my favourite great niece. Okay, so he actually said something else, but he said yes at the end of it. Now come on, I have to put the finishing touches on this perfect date. Get dressed, then come to the living room. She shoves the clothes at you and leaves you in the room to get yourself ready. What do you do? What do I do? I'm so nervous. Save. I'm gonna throw up. You put on the outfit Mabel picked out for you and head to the living room where Dipper promptly guards the way into the kitchen with his noodle arms. Mabel wants me to keep you in here until Great Uncle Ford's ready. Well, okay then, I'll stay here. You take a seat in Stan's recliner, trying to look relaxed and composed, but your shaking hands give you away to Dipper, who's reading in front of the door. You look nice. I know Mabel picked it. I kind of helped, but it's nice. He's trying to distract you, sweet kid. You smile at him. He smiles back, before returning to his book, The Field Guide to Bigfoot. Keijo, you can come in now. You jolt to your feet, heart in your throat. What do you do? Got any advice, Dipper? Dipper stands up and awkwardly pats your hand. Just be yourself, Keijo. Great Uncle Ford likes you. I can tell. Trust me. He gently shoves you towards the kitchen door. It looms in front of you, menacingly. Now, go get him, Tiger! Was that weird to say? Get back out there. Dating my great uncle. Gross. Anyway. With surprising strength, Dipper pushes you through the door as Mabel opens it, and you stumble into the kitchen, look up, and... oh god. Oh my god. Oh god. Ford's dressed up too? He's in a three-piece suit with a maroon necktie. How did Mabel know your only weakness? Well, that and... wait. He has flowers. You make eye contact after examining one another, and you feel your face flush as red as his. Mabel beams, clapping her little hands together. Yay! Now it's the moment we've all been waiting for. The Mabel certified dinner date of dreams. I knew Uncle Ford would be hopeless on a romantic dinner date on his own, so I'm here to make this one perfect. You only now notice that she's wearing a bright pink apron, and that something smells very burnt. Mabel? Dipper pushes you further into the kitchen, and Mabel shoves Ford forward, and the two of you stumble, almost colliding into one another. Ford straightens up and clears his throat. His face is as red as his tie. Well, these are for you, Keijo. You take a closer look at the bouquet, and discover that a third of the bouquet are real flowers. They look to have been picked from outside the shack. Another third are pipe cleaner flowers, with glittery petals, and another third are origami lilies. Judging by both Ford and Dipper's paper cuts, and Mabel's sparkly sticky fingers, they collaborated to make your bouquet themselves. This is the cutest thing you've ever seen in your life. How many paper cuts did you guys get from these? Ford laughs, rubbing the back of his neck with his free hand as you take the flowers from him. Quite a lot, unfortunately. Mabel found a tutorial on the line. Online, Grunkle Ford! Online! Isn't that what I said? And Dipper and I worked on them yesterday. They're beautiful, Ford. Thank you. Ford blushes, grinning bashfully at you. And Dipper, of course. Dipper smiles at you too, but with an awkward laugh. Dipper takes the flowers off you and manages to stuff the bouquet into an empty 2-litre bottle of pit, sticking it in the middle of the table, so you can't see Ford anymore once you sit down. You carefully scoot the vase to the side until Ford's pink cheeks and nervous expression are visible again, even if you're certain you look even more pink with embarrassment. Well, I'll leave you guys to it then. Chef Mabel, you ready? Sure am, bro. So ready. Mabel is standing on a stool and readying 2 plates of food with contents of which you can't see yet, due to the mass of her hair and Dipper's hat. Ford waves at you to turn to him, leaning forward so he can whisper to you. Do you have any idea what's going on over there? They're obviously planning to poison us with their spaghetti. As long as there are no Brussels sprouts in the mix, I will pull through. She has a bowl of jelly beans, so whatever happens, I'm eating all those. Well, somehow I doubt that my great-niece and nephew would plot something that sinister. Mabel whirls around and hops off the stool, brandishing 2 glasses of something disturbingly bubblegum pink. She places them down on the table with a flourish. Ta-da! 2 tall glasses of Mabel juice. Such a delicacy! What ingredients did you use? You glance at Ford, giving him a face of, play along please, don't leave me alone in this. Oh, yes! Mabel, this looks truly exquisite. Pray tell, what's your method? Are these plastic dinosaurs and Monopoly pieces just decoration? Are these plastic dinosaurs and Monopoly pieces just decoration for this fine creation? Mabel is too busy giggling at you both to answer, and she thankfully doesn't notice that neither of you touch your drinks. Ford's too busy smiling at you from across the table as you ask Mabel about her secret ingredients for Mabel juice, and whether she used a blender or a food processor to mix it all together, calling it a true work of art. Anyways, on to the main course. Voila! Mabel turns back to the stove and grabs 2 plates of food covered with cloth. She places one in front of Ford and one in front of you, before stretching across the table and pulling both cloths off the plates at once. What awaits you on each plate is horrifying, to say the least. There is a pile of 3 very burned chicken nuggets, dinosaur chicken nuggets, as if you'd expect anything else. Some half-wet, half-dry noodles with a slice of cheese draped over across the top, and a handful of jelly beans, the special ingredient, of course. The Mabel Special. I'm not a fancy cook, I'm just a cute little girl, but I slaved away at this romantic dinner for the 2 of you, dang it. Mabel, this looks... Ford looks to you panicked. So Mabel, you made this? Sure did. Your entire high cuisine meal tonight was prepared by Chef Mabel. Yes, I gathered that. Ford pokes at a chicken nugget with his fork. Black flakes flutter off the surface and he shudders, a look of concern on his face. You and Ford dig into the jelly beans, going as far as to try and spear them on your forks to play part of the high cuisine dinner. Ford seems to relax a little as the dinner continues, but once the last jelly bean has been eaten, the 2 of you go silent once again. Ford glances between you and the remains of his food, swallowing hard. Mabel rushes in to save the date. Oh, of course, I forgot the sauces and stuff. Silly Mabel. Mabel goes into the fridge and grabs bottles of ketchup and mustard, placing them on the table next to... Is that the blue glitter we used on the cupcakes? Yep, you're lucky there's still some left. Why is it here? Garnish, silly! What do you garnish your meal with? Blue glitter. You pick up the glitter and shake some of them onto the burnt chicken nuggets. While they're now blue and twinkly, the glitter hides the burnt bits and makes the nuggets look a little more fabulous. Why? They're pretty now. Add a little glitter and anything is possible. Ford laughs and you hold the bottle of glitter in front of him, shaking it enticingly. Come on, join me with my pretty nuggets. If you say so. Ford decorates his nuggets with glitter and your respective plates shine under the kitchen light. Mabel looks at you both expectantly, like you're going to chow down into your dinners now that they've been appropriately sauced up. Eat up! You've still got a lot of food left. Take another long hard sip of your drink. As good as the Mabel juice is, I I'm not sure it's adding to the ideal Mabel dish taste. Mabel looks upset that you haven't eaten anything for a moment, but she jumps on Ford's bandwagon. Yeah, the food tastes better if you have the drink with the food, not before it. You look to your tall glass of Mabel juice, and sure enough, all that's left of the once colourful drink are the plastic dinosaurs and random dice or two. You recognise a few from Dipper's dice, from the DD and More D campaign. Mabel stares at you both, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, awaiting some sort of magic to happen. You swallow nervously and look to Ford before you cup your hand at the side of your mouth, hiding your mouth words from Mabel's eye. I have an idea. You tap your head with your other hand, trading your idea further. Ford gestures across the table as if to say, the floor is yours. Ooh. Dessert? Ask Mabel about dessert. Mabel, what do you have planned for dessert? At this classy establishment, there must be some sweet treats up for grabs. Huh? Oh yeah, I think Dipper was going to help me with those. Dipper? Mabel hops down from her stool and snaps her fingers at the two of you. No canoodling while I'm gone, okay? She leaves you both red-faced and stammering as she skips out the door. Ford turns to you, smiling nervously. Hey Joe, I know Mabel tried her best, but I'm not accustomed to the dating game, as Stan calls it. For the first time in a while, I don't know what to do. Do you? You stop, thinking for a moment. Dipper told you something earlier that day, an idea, in case the Mabel certified first date of dreams went awry. You suppose this is the perfect moment to enact Plan B. Alright, but we've got to act fast. Watch my movements. You pick up your plate and struggle not to laugh as Ford mimics you almost perfectly, and shovel the contents of your dinner into Waddle's mouth. The piglet chews and swallows, and nuzzles your leg. Really? According to Dipper, Waddles will eat anything. You give him yours too, that way it looks like we ate. You hear footsteps starting down the hallway. Mabel's on her way back. And quick! You gently push Waddles towards Ford, who quickly feeds him the rest of dinner. Waddles snorts happily at the two of you before settling between your feet, content and full. And I'm back! Hey, you guys were just kidding around. What did you think of the dinner? Waddles burps. Perfect. Absolutely delicious, Mabel. You're quite the chef, you know. Mabel beams happily at you both. Also, Mabel, can we take dessert to go? I want to take Ford somewhere on this date. Ford flushes scarlet at that. Mabel looks between the two of you and nods, waggling her brows at you. You sly dog. Of course. With a popsicle each, you lead Ford away from the shack, away from town, and up a hill. Where are we going? Oh, this is it, but... You point upwards with your popsicle and... A meteor shower? The timing almost seemed too perfect. I didn't want to miss out on seeing it with you. You both blush as you sit down. Sit down, shoulder to shoulder. Surprised you went looking into meteor showers, Keijo. Well, after our last time searching for anomalies, I got curious about other celestial stuff. Also, Dipper told me about it. Plan B. Ford laughs. That kid's bright. The twins are both very smart, and very close for siblings. Ford pauses, and it's obvious there's something on his mind. What's the matter? Ford turns to you, his mouth open as if he was going to say more, but he closes it. I'm surprised at how close they are. Practically inseparable. Stan and I were never like that. You seem like you are now. What happened? Well, we were very close. Best friends. But once we got to high school, things changed. You realise that Ford's hand is resting a few inches from yours. Casually. So casually that you're almost casual Fridays themselves. You scoot your hand closer to his, still too nervous to take it for yourself. Did something happen? Well, yes. Something happened. Ford sighs, leaning back onto his palms. He notices your hand near his, thinks for a moment, but decides to keep talking instead. Stan and I had plans since we were children. We were going to get on a boat and sail far away from our New Jersey home, far away from our family, friends, everyone. Just him and me and the Stanner Wall, the boat we fixed up. I had a chance at admission to the college of my dreams. My other dreams, anyway. I always thought the Stanner Wall was a lost childhood fantasy, and that one day we'd grow up and go our own separate ways. And we wouldn't be as close as we used to be. My acceptance into that college hinged on the result of my science fair project, a perpetual motion machine that I designed. The machine was flawless, the calculations were triple-checked, I had rehearsed my full presentation in preparation. I could practically see myself at that university, studying with endless resources at my disposal, and getting several doctorates. Ford sighs again, rubbing his temples. But? It was the day of the science fair. The admissions team from the university were there, in front of me, ready to review the machine. I pulled off the cloth cover, and it was broken. My entire future was ruined. Oh, Ford. A perpetual motion machine has one job, to not stop. The admissions team left, crossing me off their considerations, rejecting my entire presentation, my calculations, my hard work, my chances of going to my dream school, scrapped. It wasn't until I found a bag of toffee peanuts on the ground that I realised Stan had something to do with it. After that, we didn't talk for 10 years. I went to university, but it wasn't exactly my first choice. It wasn't until I came to Gravity Falls that I saw Stan again, and he cuts himself off sharply, deep in reflection. He looks so heartbroken, so sad. Oh, I don't know what to do here. Take his hand. You gently rest your hand atop his. He glances down at your touch, but doesn't take his hand away. Rather, he slowly twists his wrist and intertwines your fingers with his. You don't have to keep going if it hurts. Woo! Asadi's back! Unfortunately, you did just miss an entire date scene. But it was quite funny. And we're on to the soft bit right now. So Ford's just told me about the whole past with him and Stan, basically. And I've just gone to hold his hand. So he. I can go back a bit. Okay, so I said, take his hand. You gently rest your hand atop his. He glances down at your touch, but doesn't take his hand away. Rather, he slowly twists his wrist and intertwines your fingers with his. You don't have to keep going if it hurts. No, I'm fine. It's been good to talk about it in retrospect. Ford sucks in a deep breath. We fought. I hurt him. It wasn't on purpose, but I still hurt him. Then an accident happened, and I lost him again. I didn't see him for another 30 years after that. You're tempted to pry, to ask what the accident was, but Ford seems finished with his story. He swallows nervously, awaiting a response. Oh, I don't know what to say here. It wasn't your fault. You did what you thought was best in the moment, and even if it hurt him, you didn't mean to. You apologised, didn't you? Yes, I did. If he truly cares for you, he'll know that. Also, can we just take a moment to appreciate Ford in a suit? Look how just perfection. Ah, this is beautiful. Ford exhales. He looks tired, wiser than you remember. The man you played dungeons and more dungeons seems to have disappeared. You're right, Cager. I am? Suit, Ford, suit, Ford, suit, Ford. Ford turns and faces you. He squeezes your hand. You are. I never looked at it like that. I never looked at you like that. You're smarter than I expected. Man, it's hot up on this hill. Sweltering even. Maybe that's just you. Who knows? Well, I have my moments, I suppose. I don't mean that kind of smart, Keijo. I mean a different sort of smart. You're kind and caring and he suddenly realises how close you both are. And I've never met anyone as wonderful as you. The feeling's mutual, Ford. True love's high five. I think kiss his cheek, but I don't know if that's going to be too much. I'm gonna do it. You lean forward a little. Ford stiffens. Are you sure that... Ford. You cup his cheek in the palm of your hand, duck to the other side of his face, and gently press your lips to his cheek. His cheeks both flush pink, and you can feel the warmth under your fingertips. Wow. Better than the burnt chicken nuggets? Ford snorts, resting his forehead against yours. Far better. Unbelievably better. Oh my god, why is this... This is pulling at my heartstrings, man. This is so cute. It's such a difference as well, because Stan's is definitely like, time to fuck. Whereas this is like sweet and romantic, and it's just really cute. Oh. Compose yourself, Keijo. Whew. The two of you head back towards the shack, hand in hand in a comfortable silence. Once you reach the door, Ford grins sheepishly. I wanted to say thank you for tonight, for being there for me. Anytime, Ford. I had a great time. You stand at the door to his house like two teenagers on a first date. Well, you are, you suppose. And, hopefully we can have more dates like this. Ford flushes red at the mere mention of a date, which is so adorable you start laughing. Yes. We shall most definitely have to engage in more of these dates with you and myself. Dating. You smile at him, and his blush further spreads to the tips of his ears. He exhales, tugging at his collar. Well, if I get to see you smile like that again, then I'd be happy to have more dates. It's your turn to flush pink as you both laugh as the front door swings open. Standing in the doorway is Mabel, who looks relieved to see you both. Where did you go? I gave you dessert and you abandoned me, you sly kids, sneaking off to go have fun by yourselves. Did you have fun? You and Ford glance at each other, grinning. We certainly did. Eee! I'm so glad! Now come inside before you get bitten by mosquitoes. Dipper yells from inside. Mine spell out... Does that spell dating? Both yourself and Ford shout, what? Simultaneously at that. He's making that up for comedic effect. They really just look like a cat paw today. Dipper appears at the front door with Mabel, scratching at his arm. Yeah, I did. You want to see the cat paw though? You turn to Ford, who looks very excited to see this connect the dots of mosquito bites. We'd love to, Dipper. I bet it doesn't have 6 toe beans. Toe beans! Come on, Dipper, I want to see now! Mabel grabs you. Dipper grabs Ford, and you're both tugged into the shack with laughter echoing into the woods around the house. That was such a cute thing. I loved that. The dates continue in a quiet alcove of the Gravity Falls Library and on the roof of the shack past midnight. They're simple compared to the production Mabel whipped up for the night of the meteor shower, but Ford seems more comfortable this way. And really, so are you. You've learned more about him, but it's like he's still holding something back. In your conversations, it feels less like he's spent a year away sailing, more like he spent half his life in another universe. Well... That's exactly what happened. For instance, during that afternoon at the library, he attempted to print nearly 3 decades worth of academic papers in physics, and you were to remind him about the existence of PDF downloads and USB drives. But whatever past he's hiding, you're not sure you'll ever find out. The magic stands worked on your car has rendered it almost operational again, meaning that your time at Gravity Falls is coming to a close, and that today is the last day you'll have with Ford. It's the pool. You arrive at the Gravity Falls community pool just a minute after sunset. Pinks, oranges and yellows streak across the sky like a splash of maple juice. Despite it being after hours for the community pool, the front gate is open. Thanks, Dipper. And you sidle inside, taking in the abandoned floaties and the one several times special edition soggy towel on the floor. A few minutes pass before Ford arrives, signalled by his accidental slip on said several times towel and a quiet curse at his clumsiness. Don't worry, I nearly stood on it too. Someone must have left it behind, though maybe for a good reason. He picks up the towel between his forefinger and thumb, and something sticky drips off Deep Chris's forehead. What is sticky on Deep Chris's forehead? I don't want to know! Ford shudders and drops it again. Children and their boy bands. Make sure Mabel's not around to hear that. I'm fairly certain she'd disown you. At least Baba actually had some good songs back in their day. Ford turns to you and you notice something. His curious expression softens as you stare at him, and he makes his way over to you, tilting his head down in your direction, cursing for being so dang tall and cute, even though, Ford? Yes. Do you have a California fridge magnet stuck to your forehead? Ford immediately flushes bright red, eyes wide in surprise. Really? Peel it off his forehead. You pull the magnet off his forehead, examine it for a moment, then lightly tap his nose with it. He flushes a somehow deeper pink, grinning bashfully at you. Ford sits on the edge of the pool and dangles his feet in, having not worn a swimsuit. You have one under your clothing, but you're kind of nervous to get undressed. Oh. Strip. Do we? Do I do it? Should I do it? Yes. Oh, I'm tempted. Strip. You shrug and start taking off your clothes, which promptly startles Ford into an even deeper embarrassment. You sit with Ford on the edge of the pool, swinging your legs back and forth in the water. The two of you sit in silence for a moment. Do you go swimming a lot? Me? No. I used to swim a lot as a child, since we lived close to the ocean, but now, not really. Why not? Never had the time, I suppose. I was always so busy with work that I never realised we even had a community pool until Mabel told me about it. It goes quiet again. Ford's hand skims across the surface of the water, tracing tiny waves with his fingers. He looks to be in deep thought, like something's troubling him. Ford, what's the matter? He looks up at you, wide-eyed and blinking behind his thick glasses. Oh, nothing. Just thinking. You stay silent, and instead start swirling your finger in the water too, occasionally curling your finger around his. It's an accident, of course. Eventually, you both stop messing with the water and leave your fingers linked together, which gradually turns into his hand taking yours and all of your fingers intertwining, knuckles brushing against the water. Ford swallows. Out of the corner of your eye, you see his face is tinted pink, and it's probably not from the sunset. He seems nervous. More nervous than on your Mabel-certified date of dreams, which is strange, considering the context. That one was pretty forced. Ford, do you trust me? The question comes in one breath, out of nowhere. His grip on your hand tightens. What do you say? Oh. Yes, of course. He rubs the back of his neck with his free hand, A small, reflexive gesture, 6 fingers dipping beneath the high collar of his sweater. There are things that I still haven't told you yet. Things about myself. Things I'm not sure you'd like. Of course, there's the great Uncle Ford side of things, what with Dipper and Mabel, but you... I don't really know what happened to me while I was studying here, 30 years ago. When you're ready, you can tell me. Or do you not have to go into detail about it if you aren't ready to? Ford looks down at the water, at his reflection. He frowns, closes his eyes, and thinks for a moment. You've proven yourself to be a good companion, to put it lightly. Of course, the whole dating thing. He blushes. Ford coughs when you start giggling. Well, what I mean is, there's nothing out about you that could do me significant harm. Just wait until I peel off my human skin and become a lizard person. Within the set of species residing on this earth, there exists a race of lizard people, and surely they walk among us, Keijo. That subject is no joking matter. You stare at him, an eyebrow raised. Both of you burst out laughing, the sound echoing around the empty pool, and from the corner of your eye you notice Ford scooting closer to you. Keijo, you hadn't heard of Gravity Falls until you crashed into the shack because of my magnet gun, correct? I read about the shack being a tourist trap in Oregon, but that's about it. Gravity Falls wasn't even on my map. Why'd you ask? That's to be expected. Most people don't know about Gravity Falls until they see it for themselves, or do elaborate research on it. Remember when we went hunting for the Mothman? How I warned you about the other creatures that can be found in the woods and around town? You mean the Leprecorn, the Gremloblin, and the others you told me about? There are so many more oddities, bizarre creatures, geographical anomalies, secret societies, and strange townspeople. Like I've said before, this unique concentration of weirdness is what drew me to Gravity Falls in the first place, and made it the perfect place to conduct my research. Why was the weirdness centralised to Gravity Falls? Exactly! That's what I wondered. My biggest question during these studies was why? Why was this town so strange? I tried to find an answer, a unifying theory, that would pull my research together and finally grant me success. But I hit a wall in my search. I had no ideas, no leads, with nothing and no one to help me until I found a being by the name of Bill Cipher. Bill! He came to me in my dreams, claiming he was a godly muse, a friend, someone who could do a lot with a little help, and I believed him. Ford continues with a certain bitterness you certainly had never heard in his tone before. I put my unconditional trust in him. I asked for his wisdom, for his guidance, put him on a godly pedestal and worshipped him, even going as far as to litter my house with his image. I'd like to think that certain other people would quite enjoy being worshipped like that. This is not the time for this, but I do want to say that. Not in the degree I followed Bill. I mean, you never know with people these days. I suppose not. Well, when I consulted Bill about my unifying theory, he told me that my answer lay in another dimension, and that he could help me build a portal to it. Obviously, I built it without hesitation, without thought, and instead of being a doorway to a weirdness dimension, as I'd been led to believe, it turned out to lead to the nightmare realm, Bill's realm. He had tricked me. All he wanted was to cross into our dimension, and model it all to his chaotic image. I shut the portal down before his plans could be realised, but it was too late. My mind was in shambles from Bill's influence. I should have ended it. I should have torn the portal down, but I had put so much into making it work. I hid the instructions for its operation. Instead, I tried to entrust a piece of it to Stanley, but after 10 years apart, Ford pauses, sucking in a deep breath. We fought. In the midst of it all, one of us pushed a button and pulled a switch. The portal was reactivated that day, and I was pulled into it. I spent the next 30 years in that portal, years of searching for an answer to a new question, how to defeat Bill, once and for all. But I was pulled back to this dimension, my home dimension too early, and all this frustration came crashing down. In this tiny town in a grand multiverse, I truly believed I was meant for something more. Bill told me that I would change the world. I never questioned it if it would be for better or worse. You were doing what you thought was best. At the time, of course, but I didn't realise the repercussions of my actions would be so catastrophic. But you did it, right? Did what? Built the portal, left, came back, etc. Otherwise you wouldn't be here. I did, yes, but I didn't do it alone. I was pulled back through the portal by Stanley himself, and Dipper and Mabel, of course. However, because the portal had been reactivated, Bill could enter our world at any time. I destroyed the portal device once and for all, but what was left was an interdimensional rift in space-time, left over from the portal's last operation. It had been the potential to let Bill through our dimension. I contained it, but the rift shattered. Bill entered the physical realm and wreaked havoc on Gravity Falls in an event called Weirdmageddon. What happened during Weirdmageddon? It was, to put it lightly, the end of the world. That's not putting it lightly. It was the apocalypse, weirdness exploding from every corner, anomalies even I couldn't explain, everywhere. It was all Bill's doing. But he breathes out, frustrated with himself. It was still my fault. As much as I want to go back on myself and say it wasn't, I still caused the whole thing. I brought Bill here, I helped him with his plan. Don't let this define you, Ford. You learned a lesson. Sometimes, people don't have the best intentions at heart, but by the sounds of it, this Bill character has no heart. He's a demon, so no. It's a mark on your conscience and it hurts to remember, but you fixed your mistake. You stopped the world from ending, and you remembered that. That your family are some of the best dang people I've certainly ever met, and you get to be related to them. They are rather great. And even after all of that, they still love you, don't you? Don't they? Mabel set us up a romantic dinner. Dipper wrote you a DD and Mordy campaign. Stan, well, you know how much your twin brother cares for you. He built your entire portal back up and brought you home. Ford nods, squeezing your hand. It was awful and bad, and yeah, you messed up, but it doesn't define you. You're incredibly intelligent and fun to hang out with, and sure, sometimes I don't understand half of the sciencey stuff that comes out of your mouth, but that's all part of you, and that makes me like you all the same. Ford finally turns to look at you, and he winds an arm around your shoulders. You scoot closer and complete the hug, draping your arm across his middle and hugging him tight. Thank you for listening to me ramble. It wasn't rambling, it was your life, and I'm very happy to learn more about you whenever you want to tell me more. Ford pauses, thinking. My favourite snack foods are jelly beans. I hate toffee peanuts. Honestly, I kinda guessed the whole jelly beans thing. Ford laughs, and you laugh with him, nuzzling into his chest. You feel him swallow before he presses his lips to the top of your head. Thank you. You're welcome, Ford. He smiles at you a moment longer. Then it falls as he sobers. I suppose I wanted to tell you because you're leaving soon. The acknowledgement that in a matter of days your time in Gravity Falls will be over should feel final. But instead, it only feels distant. You sit back, relinquishing Ford's embrace as he speaks again. Keijo, what are you doing after all this? When you get your car back, what will you do? I don't know yet. I'll see when I get there. It would be comforting to think that Ford will still be here, in Gravity Falls, for summers to come, but you recall that Stan and Ford don't even live on land anymore. They'll be setting sail again, exploring the seas and documenting the oddities of the world. From what you've already heard about it, it's intense stuff that keeps them on the move and untethered. Oh, I don't think I should tell him how I feel. I felt like that's something that, Ford? Yes? Never mind. It was nothing. Let's just enjoy this. Oh, is that what it says all the time? Oh, it does, okay. So you do. Sunlight starting to bleed between the pine trees as the sun sets on your last night in Gravity Falls. Oh, okay. That was not a good... Ooh, okay. No, okay. So we kind of failed that one. Oopsies. You sit with Ford on the edge of the boat, swinging your legs back and forth in the water. Two of you sit in silence for a moment. We went through this. Yes, our adventure. You think back to your first time hanging out and finding the Mothman. You hadn't even known what Ford was like back then. Privately, you could consider it almost like a first date. Well, my point was... Why? That's what he said. Did you build the door? What happened to it? Well, when I consulted Bill about my unifying theory, blah blah blah. How did you get pulled back here? Me, I was captured, turned into a sideshow at the Devil's right hand, while my family was left to deal with the remains of my grave mistake. It was the apocalypse. Weirdness exploding from every corner. You didn't mean to cause the end of the world. You made a mistake. All of us do sometimes. You just wanted knowledge about things outside of this world. And yeah, it ended badly. We all mess up. Ford is quiet, but he's looking at you from the corner of his eye. I've messed up a lot, you know. We're human beings. Sometimes you hurt someone, sometimes you cause Weird-Mageddon. But you didn't mean to do it. But... No buts. You're human, Ford. Even if it was awful and you blame yourself. You didn't falter because of it. You stopped Bill, right? It's all okay now. You live and you learn. Ford nods, squeezing your hand. It was awful and bad, and yeah, you messed up. Head home. After all the time I spent here, I was planning to head home. It'd be comforting to think that Ford will still be here in Gravity Falls. Tell Ford how you feel. Oh! Okay. But how... Have I missed something? I don't know, let's see. I have missed something. Interesting. Save it for later. Okay, Joe, wait. Oh boy. Come on kids, back in the house. Nothing to see here. Oh, but I want to see. Stan shoos the kids back into the shack, leaving Ford and you alone outside. Ford steps closer to face you. Keijo, I've never been great at relationships. In college, I ruined what chances I had, and anything after that is best left forgotten. But I think I want to try this with you, Keijo, if you'll have me. I want this too, Ford. I think this will work. I want to keep in touch, Ford. I wanted to ask you for your number ages ago, but the shack's landline isn't exactly private, and I don't think you own a cell phone. No, Stanley's the one who bothers with the cellular phones for the kids' sake, but I connected my watch to the interweb, as they say, and you can send me electronic mail, or... Ford hands you a folded piece of paper, with parts of his cursive peeking out from its folds. You almost start to unfold it before Ford places his hand over yours. You can send me a letter. This one's just to start us off. You look up at him, and feel the desire to You lean up to give him a parting kiss on the cheek. When you step back, he's blushing. You know, Keijo, meeting you has made me incredibly glad that I made the mistake with the magnet gun. Not that stranding you here was a positive, but remember me, alright? Same to you. Don't forget me whilst you're off saving the world on the stand of war. Goodbye, Ford. Ford watches as you get into your car and start up the engine. Yeah. Oh no! I didn't mean to do that. Oopsie poopsies. Oh, no. Kiss, sorry. Aww. Transdimensional quandaries and theoretical solutions. I've missed a photo, though. Yes, I've missed one. Oh, no. Okay. Ford's route. Ooh, okay. Let's try this. Alright, load. Here. Really, be a little of his forehead. Okay, strip. Okay, it goes quiet again. Ford's hand skims across the surface of the water, tracing tiny waves with his fingers. He looks to be in deep thought, like something's troubling him. Stay silent. You stay silent and instead start swirling your finger in the water too, occasionally curling your finger around his. It's an accident, of course. Done that one. Why'd you ask? He rubs the back of his neck with his free hand. I've just read that one. When you're ready, you can tell me. You mean the Leprecorn? Yep. Why was all the... Yep. Did you build the door? Oh, but it's not an option. Oh, maybe it's like, what did you do? Yeah, it might have been your fault. 4 jolts turning to you. I mean, it was. Even if you didn't mean to, you had some fault in the matter. Ford stares at you as you think, trying to phrase your words correctly. But hopefully this will be the right one. I've literally just finished his route, but I'm just trying to get the last photo, so it probably won't be too long now. I'm hoping that what I've done now to fix this will be the last photo. Oh, but I hope you're okay. 1 second. I didn't realise that you'd messaged me. Sorry. But you thought what you were doing with the portal and all would help your research, that it would lead you to success. Yeah, you read Bill wrong. It's not the end of the world. Well, it was, but Ford laughs at that, and you never heard a more relieving sound in that moment. But you and your family managed to stop Bill and stop the end of the world. And I think you learned something from that, you know? And what would that be? That you don't have to take everything on alone. Your grip on Ford's hand tightens. That you can trust other people to help you with burdens too heavy to carry alone. Ford nods, squeezing your hand. It was awful and bad, and yeah, you messed up. But it doesn't define you. You're incredibly intelligent and fun to hang out with, and sure, sometimes I don't understand half the sciencey stuff that comes out of your mouth. But that's part of you, and that's what makes me like you all the same. Ford finally turns to look at you, and he winds an arm around your shoulders. You scoot closer and complete the hug, draping your arm across his middle and hugging him tight. Thank you for listening to me ramble. It wasn't rambling, it was your life, and I'm very happy to learn more about you whenever you want to tell me more. Ford pauses, thinking. My favourite snack foods are jelly beans. I hate toffee peanuts. Honestly, I kinda guessed the whole jelly bean thing. Ford laughs and you laugh with him, nuzzling into his chest. You feel him swallow before he presses his lips to the top of your head. Thank you. You're welcome, Ford. He smiles at you a moment longer, and then it falls as he sobers. I suppose I wanted to tell you because you're leaving soon. The acknowledgement that in a matter of days your time in Gravity Falls will be over should feel final, but instead it only feels distant. You sit back, relinquishing Ford's embrace, and he speaks again. Hey Joe, what are you doing after all of this? When you get your car back, what will you do? Was this a thing that I had to do? No, okay. Doesn't matter what I say here. Head home. After all the time I've spent here, I was planning to head home. It would be comforting to think that Ford would still be here in Gravity Falls for summers to come, but you recall that Stan and Ford don't even live on land anymore. They'll be setting sail again, exploring the seas and documenting the oddities of the world. From what you've already heard about it, it's intense stuff that keeps them on the move and untethered. Ford, yes. Oh, okay. So I've missed something then. Okay, I'll have to go back and do this in my spare time. Because I've done this now. Unforgettable. Open it. Okay. After you leave. Or well, at the next rest stop. Please don't get into another accident. I want this too. Kiss him. The end. Okay. Right. I'll have to figure out where I went wrong there, because there's one more photo missing, but it's fine. For now, we're going to go back to this screen. We're going to do a little chatty chat. Oh, that was another 4-hour stream for this one. I don't actually remember how long the first one was. Let me have a gander. Yeah, pretty much the exact same time. So yeah, this has been fun. I really have enjoyed this. And thank you for everyone that popped in. Everyone that popped in to say hello. Even those of you that didn't pop in, that didn't say hello but still popped in. Everything is just really appreciated. But for now, I'm gonna go. I need to eat some food. I need to just chill out. But if I do find that last photo, I will send it to the Discord. So make sure that you're part of that. There's a link down in the description. Well, not the description, what am I on about? There's a link down below somewhere on my Twitch channel. And also on the YouTube channel if you're here from YouTube. So anyway, love you all. Thank you for stopping in. And I will see you next time. Bye bye.